don't like. Listen, Mark, I don't like Stanley. I think the only person I have been was Stanley.
And Nate, Stanley doesn't state the obvious, like what the F. He's used talking points. Yes, he does. Yes, he does.
The nature of American culture, it's a white people problem. Okay. I literally said they need to understand
that people bother you like that. If they want to beef with you, it's called Stanley versus the world.
And just assume their character by stereotype?
I think people do that every day.
Okay, I didn't ask you.
What do I think is okay?
Yet again, birth rates this year have fallen, and the press declares that it's down 14% since 1960, and we're falling at a rate that will take us below replacement in only a few years. How will we fix this problem? Okay, but why is it a problem, and why is it happening? The panic over the birth rate falling is not a novel thing, and I'm not just talking about 1970s birth control and divorce fears. It basically goes back as far as we've really bothered to keep numbers on this sort of thing. And the crazier part is that both the arguments for and against an increase in births haven't changed. Today, it's mostly brought up in reference to aging populations and the burden that creates on our government and economy. Things like Social Security relying on a large working population to support the retired one, or just smaller communities or even states that have an older skewing population that needs a younger one to continue to keep the infrastructure going. But we built that entire system as the baby boom generation was moving into an adulthood. It really couldn't be tenable to continue at that rate, right? So why don't we just adjust the system? That seems easier than asking thousands of people to have more children every year, especially asking people who can't afford them to have more. But if Social Security and retirement communities are relatively new, why were they panicking about birth rates 50 or 100 years ago? Well, it turns out that may be the real answer to today's panic as well. First, a little bit of basics. Birth rate can be measured by births per woman, births per 1,000 women, or against death rate. Death rate is obviously only essential when we're looking at replacement theories, and also can vary a lot more when things like COVID happen and death rate goes way up. Not the most reliable or useful in terms of our own actual experiences. It will take decades for that to really matter. Per 1,000 women is good for a broad, say, nationwide average to know how it's affecting society as a whole, how many new schools or teachers or pediatricians are going to be essential in the coming years. This is usually presented in percentages, which I feel like kind of obscures the actual experience of this. Down 5% doesn't really mean anything tangible. The best I've found for making it approachable is children per woman. I'm not saying family because those can change with divorce and marriage and the like, and that gets confusing, but this is a visible difference, both in how large most of the families we know today are, but in looking at our ancestry and seeing how many siblings our great-grandparents actually had. So we're going to start there. But first, I want to take a moment on our own medical history with the sponsor for today's video, ZocDoc. Every time I move, every time I hit another age milestone, every time I have a rough health day, I realize just how much I keep putting off finding the right doctor. But that means searching through name after name, digging up reviews, figuring out who takes my insurance, and all to find months-long waiting lists if they're even taking new patients. It's just another thing to add to the list until suddenly I have health issues that can't wait that long. That's where ZocDoc comes in. They'll let you easily search through 150,000 providers who are local and in-network, which includes more than 200 specialties, from dentists to primary care to psychiatrists. The reviews are right there so you can find an option that works for your needs. And even better, they show you a list of available appointments and you can instantly book. No phone calls, no leaving voicemails and hoping for a response. just a straightforward system that lays everything out, and that means you can prioritize based on what you need right now. And it's free to use. I know so many of you are in this exact predicament, putting it off because you're busy, stressed, or don't even know where to start. I've absolutely been there. And we both know we shouldn't keep waiting until something goes wrong before we finally deal with it. You deserve to have someone in your corner before the crisis hits. With ZocDoc, you can book your appointment and see a doctor fast, usually within 24 to 72 hours, sometimes even the same day. Taking care of your health just got easier. Head to ZocDoc.com/Nicole Rudolph to get started and check that appointment off your to-do list. Thank you to ZocDoc for sponsoring today's video and for helping us all take better care of our health. In the 20th century, the average children per woman was generally in the range of 2 to 4. The only section above 3 is the post-World War II baby boom from around 1946 to 65. After that, it mostly hovers at or below 2. It's not a huge difference between 1.75 and 2 when you really think about it. It's especially small compared to when we start to zoom out further. In 1800, the US had one of the highest global birth rates of around 8 children per woman. If we go to other areas that allow us to trace back further, England and Wales hovered around 5 to 6 range before sliding down to just below 2. Presumably, these are counting live births that lived at least long enough to be recorded. We obviously record every birth now, but unless the infant lived long enough to be counted in some sort of statistic like a church record for a baptism or a census record, that wasn't always the case. And that really wasn't changed until well into the 20th century. This drop of around half was understandably stark and noticeable, at least in statistics. As of the 1870s, articles began popping up calling out the change in census records. The true panic didn't really set in until the 1890s, however. By that time, France was also seeing intense changes in numbers, and that was not only unsettling to the French government, but to all Eurocentric countries. In response, France made any families with 3 or more children exempt from taxation, giving that burden over to those with less than 3. It didn't fix the issue, at least not immediately. In American media, they not only compared the dropping birth rates here to the French panic, but the downfall of Greece and Rome, because apparently that birth rate heralds the end of an empire. America was growing quickly, but that just made it vulnerable in the eyes of the powerful. The concept of manifest destiny was created in 1845 and used as reasoning to not only annex more land, but to fill it with as many people as possible. Well, the right people. The truth of the matter was that the American population was growing rapidly. It was just through immigration in the late 19th century instead of a population born here, which presented a completely different problem than just the one of birth rate. It's at this time that the first anti-immigration bill was passed, limiting the Chinese population in 1882. Southern and Eastern European numbers were growing as well, and they were not actually lumped in with the native-born white population. As I mentioned in my last video about the 8-hour day, even the German immigrants in Chicago were not easily welcomed. They were still outsiders. The Immigration Restriction League, founded in 1894 by some very rich and powerful people in Boston, eventually spread to other cities, lobbied the government over the next few decades and was a big part of the 1917 immigration bill.
Welcome to Stanley versus the World, everyone. Everybody, please make sure you hit that like button on the way in. If you're new to the show, please subscribe to it. Check us out. Who knows? We may not bore you to death with mundane things like commentary on birth rates, which I actually kind of find interesting, at least enough to keep up with it every now and again. And this lovely young lady is dressed so pleasantly retro. She even has that old style wind up Victrola thing in the background. No doubt she knows how to she knows how to cut a rug. So today's Wednesday. So the Sovereign Beer Fund is open for investment. Don't be shy. The Saturday show is upcoming. No idea what the topic will be, but it'll be about Black stuff, probably. Though you never know. Let's see what else is out there. Most of the information to contribute to the show, be it ideas or monetarily, are dropped periodically into the chat. I might have mentioned at least once or twice, but I do stream to Kick and Twitch for now. I'll probably add maybe X, or X is easier. I find streaming to Facebook a little complicated. So those will come at some point when I get a chance or wild hair to set them up. I also have a backup channel, which I've had for quite some time, just never really talked about. All that information gets dropped into the chat too. Please subscribe. And I didn't really think about it until that thug and hoodlum CM dared strike the channel. And I thought, well, gee, you know what? If this had been, really serious, people would know where to find me. So take the time, especially if you're hearing this on a replay, like, share, subscribe, to the other platforms. I was specifically about this, talking about immigrants back in the early 20th century. It's funny. One of the shows I was watching earlier today, and I can't remember whether it was RLMs or I don't even remember. It was, sometimes I listen to these things half asleep, but I think it was Jewel on a Latino show, or somebody on Latino show, talking about, it was Jewel talking about indenture from Britain was the equivalent of slavery, and what about reparations for the Irish? And my response was, Irish got promoted to being white. That was their reparations. There's been a few Irish presidents, so that was their reparations. But of course, that didn't quite sink in. It's remarkable, and that kind of leads in to this whole birth rate. Who got what? Everybody wants to be a slave now, or have a slave heritage or Native American heritage. It's a muddle of dumbness, and that sack. It's a weird joke, and it's probably I'm the only one who gets it or would laugh at it. But that sack in the thumbnail is just a sack full of dummies, which leads into, I've been, for quite a stretch, I've been doing shows daily, sometimes 7 days a week, and all of a sudden I got ill a couple weeks ago. And because of that, I didn't live stream that much, but I did listen to a lot of shows. And I just had a big ick factor. And, it's not one show in particular. It's all of these shows kind of in one big swirl of stupidity, basically. And I honestly, now I tend to be a bit of an introvert. People don't believe it, but I actually am. It's a lot easier to, talk into a microphone behind an avatar than, because people exhaust me. And two things related to that. Last night on Earth's show, someone asked, well, what's the hardest thing? Because there are a bunch of content creators who watch Earth these days. What's the biggest, thing, difficulty, hurdle that you run into being a content creator? And mine, of course, had to be a one-liner, but it was pretending to suffer fools gladly. People probably wonder why I troll so much in chats. It's because of the sheer, just dreck that gets put out on YouTube. And honestly, I've almost had something akin to a crisis of conscience. It's like, am I contributing to this shit? I don't know, to be honest. And, it's kind of not like I'm going to do a whole bunch of, soul searching and wrap up the show for 6 months. But I am thinking about, limiting this to Monday, Wednesday, Friday, Saturday, and sometimes Sunday. Basically taking more days off, because what I've been hearing on these YouTube shows, in the chat and on the panels, it is just sheer stupidity. It's people either willfully ignorant, misinterpreting the obvious, unable to do numbers, innumeracy, or illiteracy. And sometimes I can't tell whether it's people being willfully stupid or they're actually this stupid. And I'm not sure that I want to be contributing to this. I try not to, but I think it's inevitable. We all we all fall down. And I don't know. That's why, I just didn't feel like doing a show yesterday, though I did need rest because I, had a lot of things I had to catch up on. But anyway, this short little break from the video turned into a long soliloquy, but I had to bare my soul. Am I contributing to this fucking, swirl of stupidity on YouTube? And I fear the answer is yes. And I don't know. I guess it comes with the territory, huh? So anyway, back to birth rates.
They argued for opening up Northern European numbers while reducing Southern ones, as well as generally higher fees and literacy tests. As immigration numbers peaked, so did the fear and resistance. This was the era of evolution, genetics, and eugenics. Science may have been progressing, but that didn't stop it from being wielded like a weapon in social issues. After all, those who were writing about those topics grew up in the time when slavery had only just ended, colonialism was still in its peak, and the removal of indigenous peoples was a standard part of manifest destiny, much to the benefit of those who had the respected voices within the scientific and medical communities. Explaining why these social standards and practices were supported by logic and reason seemed pretty important to those who had both social and financial benefit in a steep class system based on race. With all of the tension around immigrants in comparison to the older American families becoming the cultural minority, the term race suicide was coined and quickly became extremely popular. I originally found it in writings about women's fashion and how fashion would lead to vanity or health problems, which would in turn commit race suicide. At the time, it seemed like an absolutely absurd leap to me. However, it's woven into that era far more deeply than I realized. President Theodore Roosevelt wrote about it, put it into his speeches, and formed policies around it. In 1905, speaking to the National Congress of Mothers, he emphasized the duty, quote, to bear and to bring up as they should be brought up, healthy children, sound in body, mind, and character, and numerous enough so that the race shall increase and not decrease. In 1916, The Passing of the Great Race was released by Madison Grant. a fictional pseudoscience history of the Nordic race, really just inventing a specific group and then spending an entire book trying to not only defend its specific existence, but why it's the best, and everyone else that does good things was just influenced by them. No other races actually came up with anything good ever, apparently. Some of the clearest examples of how every group was stereotyped with various bad, inherent behaviors can be found in this text. Its theories would go on to be important to both the Nazis and the KKK. Building on efforts like Roosevelt's to encourage population increases from particular groups, Grant also proposed sterilization of undesirables and elimination of defective infants. The concern wasn't that more Americans were dying than adding, but that specifically white, middle class, Christian women were not having enough children to stay as a pure majority. And they shamed them for it while seeking any way to slow the other population increases. Even in an era where the science of genetics was barely understood, or really because it wasn't difficult to drum up fear of a failing nation. If what they deemed to be clear superior traits were being lost in mixing races, like blonde hair and light eyes, what other aspects were also disappearing? Would Americans be more likely to drink and engage in vice, less hardy and have bad work ethics? Would illnesses run rampant amongst a weakened population? There was just enough information to provide a scientific basis to anyone with a theory and a loud voice. The true issue for those who feared white replacement, however, was why that birth rate was falling and how to fix it. In the 1880s and 90s, as France was dealing with those falling rates, others desperately tried to understand why that was happening to prevent it from spreading. This issue was especially concerning nationally as well, as at the time, France was deep into numerous military conflicts and saw fewer children as fewer future soldiers. The irony being that even then, plenty pointed out that the loss of men to death, illness, and poverty because of military time was the likely reason for the lower rate. Not everyone had this practical of an approach. Apparently, the Académie des Maisons were two of the most important factors in causing low birth rate. Marriages were happening later in life, so men were picking up things that would make them infertile later, and women were shortening their window for having children. The same could not be said for the changes here in the US, as our military was relatively small at the time, and social complexities quite different. Countless small reasons were put forward to explain it. Divorce was on the rise.
You know, for some reason or another, I don't know if you all are old enough to remember the Beverly Hillbillies, but this woman somehow or another reminds me of Miss Jane. I think that was the banker, assistant banker, secretary, whatever she was to Mr. Drysdale. She just reminds me, she reminds me of Miss Jane.
Women were beginning to spend more and more time in the workplace, even factories, what potential health issues lurked there. Families were more likely to live in cities with poor sanitation and bad living space, or at least small enough living space that families didn't really fit. And women were just partying too much to want babies. Seriously, this 1896 article argues that childbearing, with all the self sacrifices which this truly physiological condition imposes, is indeed not compatible with cotillions, euchre parties, and receptions. Therefore, it is said that women's vanity threatens the race. Men did not escape blame entirely, as drinking, smoking, and still syphilis were also listed as potential problems in fertility here. Effeminate men and masculine, or modern therefore promiscuous, women were also blamed in the early 20th century. I did a video on that further back if you're curious, but there were numerous trends that appeared because the youth was tired of the old systems which clearly were draining their parents and giving very little back, and wanted to try something different. especially right after World War I. Modern mindsets in general weathered the brunt of accusations. Young couples increasingly felt it was not sinful to make choices which limited the family numbers. The increase of fashionable goods being available meant their focus was on social pleasures and providing more for each child rather than just more children. Marriage in general was also less sacred, leading to more single adults and waiting until later in life. Add in that further education was becoming increasingly popular. As people grow more educated and demand more of the comforts and even luxuries of life, they grow more prudent. And as one result, they marry later or even remain unmarried. Not everyone saw this progress and modernization as a terrible thing. Others argued with similar science that slower birth and growth rates were a sign of evolution. Better maternal care, better nourishment, and better qualified to survive. The result would be longer pregnancy, later puberty, and later marriage, which all leads to a decreased birth rate. Fortunately for the race. So, not necessarily with better long term intentions there, but overall, there wasn't a unified agreement on exactly what was causing the decision behind lower birth rates. However, every one of these lists found their way to the same practical conclusion. Women were medically preventing and ending pregnancy at alarming rates. State legislatures began banning birth control in the 1840s, but the Comstock Law of 1873 made it a federal ban. These early methods were a range of pills, powders, washes, and blockers. Condoms really took off in the mid century, however, as rubber became a viable option instead of things like animal intestines. Abortion followed the story of birth control and was banned in most states by 1880. Prior to that, the general belief was that pregnancy was an ailment until quickening happened, essentially until movement could be felt. Estimates from the mid to late 19th century show evidence that every 1 in 5 early pregnancies was dealt with in this way. One article from 1899 even claimed 90% of women had had an abortion at some point. Doubtful. The surgical removal of ovaries was also a relatively new option, for what reasons these articles always neglect to say, but they do like to note that around 500,000 women in France have had the procedure done, and these numbers must be just as bad in the US. The numbers were more like 100,000 worldwide in the entire 19th century, based on modern research. The reality of that is that it was a very difficult and deadly procedure that was done for varying extreme health issues like postpartum depression. Not saying this was a good idea, but it was not generally done as a form of birth control and was even less commonly an elected procedure. A lot of women didn't even know it was happening, let alone volunteered themselves for that with the understanding of the situation. But the needless sacrifice of a sinless ovary, as physician Thaddeus A. Remy put it in 1885, was just another sign of fertility danger. Other nations weren't having an easy time sorting the reasons behind fertility issues either. Germany had a high birth rate in the 1870s, up to 4% in 1879 compared to France at 2.6%. This overstretched education and employment, which was being blamed for an increase.
You know, one thing, and I was just popped into my head. I think it's almost always a mistake to interfere with quote natural increase close quotes. I always think of China in the decades or so that they had the one child policy. And the culture always favored boys over girls, and the havoc that is wreaking now. It is amazing how just nature untended can work. And anyway, that just popped into my head. Remember those old Parquet commercials? I think it was Parquet commercials. You can't fool Mother Nature.
And poverty and other social issues.
Oh, and by the way, natalism is eugenics. Even if you're encouraging, births through social pressures, tax incentives, that sort of thing, that actually is eugenics. People don't seem to understand that.
We all know where Germany went after that. But then again, the Netherlands also had high rates, but were considered prosperous and didn't have high immigration out of the country at the time. Sweden had low birth rates and high immigration. Basically, even based on information available at the time, birth rates didn't seem to be the cause of economic issues. Some did argue that it was the other way around, however. Thomas Malthus wrote in 1798 that he believed that as populations grew, we increasingly had to focus efforts on food production over other activities, and that there was a tipping point for that becoming a problem. Essentially, population growth is exponential, while food and resources are linear. Eventually, famine, war, or other catastrophes cause a reset of population. Neo-Malthusians built on this concept in the later 19th century to create a school of thought that supported and encouraged control of population growth, which included birth control, something Malthus did not support. In addition to concerns over human catastrophes, they also focused on the damage to the environment, which humanity was causing due to its spread. While Malthusianism is heavily criticized, and validly so, as it's not a predictable model given things like GMOs or other major adaptations which shift trajectories, it does seem to resurface both in situations of extreme population growth and subsequent poverty, as well as in times of slowing birth rates, as sort of the opposition to those panicking. The reality of why there was such a steep drop in the 19th century is fairly obvious to us now, though understandably complex. Though people may have had easier access to birth control methods compared to a generation or two past, they had to have a reason to want to use them. And while statistics show that women were having closer to 8 children in 1800, the statistics also show that the odds were against many of them living to adulthood. In the 1830s, close to 1/4 of all deaths were from children under the age of 1. That was generally true not only in the US, but across Europe as well. Childhood diseases were extremely common and could sweep through an entire family. It's estimated today that nearly half of all children died by age 5 in the early 19th century. By 1900, that was closer to 1/4. Still an incredibly high number, but statistically, if someone wanted 3 children to make it past that age in 1800, it would mean 6 live births, which is an unsure concept to begin with. In 1900, it would mean 4, which explains a large chunk of that shift even without any other social changes. If children are dying that young, it is not difficult to make the choice to have another child while still in the fertility window of adults' lives. The economy was not encouraging of larger families for most of the American population as the 19th century progressed. A long depression that lasted for around 25 years in the last quarter of the 19th century, leading straight into the Gilded Age of millionaires, a world war, another depression, and another world war. No wonder the birth rate didn't really rise again until the 1950s. While birth control and abortion was considered the
Uh, Folks, I have no idea. Uh, I switched over to AT&T. I have no idea why the T-Mobile thing dropped out. It's still working, but for some reason, it lost internet. So sorry about that. Speaking of which, folks, please make sure you support the show occasionally, monetarily. I happen to have, both a T-Mobile 3G router, and supposedly my primary is AT&T, though my computer, I generally just use the T-Mobile thing. Years ago, I bought the T-Mobile thing because I wanted a separate network. It was part of some scheme I had to kind of, meter what my son was watching on the internet. And the T-Mobile's actually fairly uh, reasonable per month. So I wound up keeping. So I guess it's a good thing I kept it. So support the show by supporting the host. Our executive producers, Brooklyn Watson, the CKJ3, Dirty Dude, Lupin Writing, and Speak Radio. They do contribute, and their larger than normal contributions actually help me pay some of the bills around the house. So I'm going to take this opportunity to thank them and to encourage people to donate to the show. The money does actually get used for something other than beer. So there you go. Let's get back to where we were.
So, for love rather than financial desperation, we're far more influential. But nothing really compares to the economy. Even today, articles will come up with some of the craziest reasons why we're seeing another drop in rates. One even blamed iPhones, which notably came out in 2007 and were slowly adopted. 2008 was when the recession officially hit, though there were signs and layoffs before that. While spending more time online than in person may have some long term effects, especially in different cultures, the iPhone alone did not. What's truly crazy to me is how many articles acknowledge that the economy did have an effect, but that should have worn off when things got better in the 2010s, not remotely thinking about the entire generation that was going into parenting age, seeing how unstable and untrustworthy the economy could be. Of course, millennials were going to be hesitant. The economy got better for a very select group, not for most people, especially not for most younger people. And now Gen Z has had an entire childhood of watching that mess continue and affect their parents. Financial stability just isn't there. And based off of a lot of conversations that I've had with people ages 20 to 40, even if they are doing okay at the moment, they don't want to put a kid through another downturn, war, or social upheaval. It's not just, I would rather have nice things and spend money on myself. It's also, I don't want another child to experience what I have or what people I know did. And no amount of efforts to push traditional views will change that mindset. Free childcare, free healthcare, and parental leave. Maybe then. And everything that is happening currently is reflective of the same exact efforts that were made to curb low birth rate a century ago. They made abortion illegal, attempted to make as many forms of birth control illegal or difficult to access as possible, emphasized the religious and national importance of having a large family, and promised government relief or handouts to those that do. A lot of times that doesn't actually happen historically. And here's the biggest thing, it's not that dramatic of a fall. If you look at most of the charts online, it looks like a massive difference. They don't have the bottom line set as zero. It's always blown up to make it look like we're swiftly headed towards the bottom, or they restrict it to just the last period of time where it fell. Most articles will say things like, birth rate has fallen 14% since 1960. You know, when things were still pretty much at their peak. If you look at annual percentage change instead, we're really close to zero compared to other points over the last 50 years. So why are we hearing about this panic now? It's not the first time and won't be the last that birth rates have fallen. But the children that are born are far more likely to make it past 5 than those from 200 or even 50 years ago. Supposedly, we're moving into a new world of technology where things will not only be more efficient and effective, but robots and AI will do our jobs for us. So why do we need so many new humans? Or is it that there's still some leftover concern of race suicide that has prompted the concern today? After all, just like before,
There
both
we
big
go.
panics seem to happen at the same time as immigration restrictions.
Well, see, I don't think she dwelled long enough. She should have gone. She should have gone balls deep on that one. So, so we go. So let's get through some news articles, and I have not decided what the après news festivities will be. SKC sent me something he did on Rumble that's about 3 hours long with basically no video, called To Watch a Coon, KEWN. Why? And I haven't listened to it, and I'm looking at it now. It's just maybe we'll listen to a few minutes of it. There is video, but it looks like he is reviewing a show that he did on Big J's channel. And funny enough, I think I talked about this. Deacon Dave, Queen, Sunkissed, we're all up on Big J's panel, and Queen Sunkissed tends to be more or less a co-host. And I went up there specifically to talk basically to, put a little heat on SKC about some point, and that I don't even remember what it was, but I wound up actually, I wound up actually, I don't often agree with a lot of SKC's cultural or political views, but I have complimented him that usually I understand why he might think a certain way or how he got to that point. I may not agree with his conclusions, but he steps through his arguments very well. And Big J, just goddamn, dude, that guy is difficult. So it appears some critique of something or another, and I don't know if I even want to put people through that. May just listen to it overnight, and if it's worth talking about, we'll do it tomorrow. So where are we going to go? So Carolyn Levitt has stepped down today. Trump announces. She did just have a baby or something like that. So it's not really that big a surprise. And, quite frankly, I didn't find her watchable generally. So for me, it's no big whoop. White House Press Secretary Caroline Levitt will leave her role at the end of August. President Donald Trump announced Wednesday the imminent departure of one of the president's closest allies inside the White House, marks a major shakeup for the president's press operation with less than 3 months until the midterm elections. Describing her as one of my most trusted aides, Trump said in a social media post that Leavitt will be departing her role at the end of the month so she can spend more time with her beautiful young children and family, a decision I totally understand and respect because he didn't do it. You know, it is a woman's role in MAGA world. Leavitt, he added, will continue to serve as an outside advisor. The departure comes at a challenging moment for Trump, who's facing low approval ratings. Well, she's part of why he has low approval ratings, by the way. Amid the ongoing war with Iran and high gas prices, with most Americans saying he hasn't paid enough attention to the country's most important problems. Leavitt, 28, made history as the youngest ever White House press secretary and also the first woman to be pregnant in the high-pressure job. She returned to the briefing room podium last month after a short maternity leave. So, what can we say? Happy motherhood to Caroline Leavitt. So, let's talk about inflation. Fed's Warsh gets a break as inflation eases. Tamer consumer prices coupled with unexpected job losses in July may reduce pressure on the central bank to hike interest rates next month. Yeah, don't want to be heating up. Don't want to be raising interest rates when jobs are soft. Federal Reserve Chair Kevin Warsh is boxed in by two forces: colleagues who have grown increasingly worried that they'll need to hike interest rates to fight inflation, and Donald Trump, who wants to see borrowing costs go down. Best case scenario for Warsh is a middle path where prices stay tame enough for the central bank to hold rates steady. New data suggests he might be in luck with inflation cooling last month. Interesting. But consumer prices did go up by like 3 point something. That's with energy and food, which, I mean, people have to have energy and food. Inflation was moderate in July, but energy prices remained elevated. I think this is the CPI. It was at 3. Up to 3.4%, 2.5% without energy and food. But why would you not want to add energy and food? Basically, prices are going up, and Trump does not seem to care. That's why you got your no taxes on tips. So you'll be able to deal with it. Let's see here. So video shows ICE agent pull gun on Virginia woman who yelled at agents in parking lot. Ooh boy, she got off lucky now, didn't she? Let's see this video.
You recorded us. You almost ran us over.
I didn't almost
ran us over. Stop playing.
A woman from Northern Virginia is sharing video of this dramatic encounter with ICE agents in a Falls Church parking lot yesterday. The video shows the woman shouting at one of the agents, and later on an agent points a gun at her and accuses her of trying to run them over. New tonight, for the first time, DHS is responding to that video and doubling down on the ICE agent's claims. But the woman told Northern Virginia Bureau reporter Drew Wilder this video proves she didn't put the agents in danger.
Yeah, you recorded us. You
Holy
almost ran
cow.
us over.
I didn't almost
You almost ran us over. Stop playing. Stop playing.
You are full
With a gun drawn, an ICE agent and a Northern Virginia woman argue through her driver's side window Monday
Wow.
afternoon in a Falls Church parking lot.
I will arrest you. Keep it up.
I'm a legal citizen.
I don't care.
Oh my goodness.
With her car boxed in by ICE vehicles, other agents approach her
I
car.
want to try to run me over.
Run you over when? I got recording. I I got dash cam.
She's sharing that dash cam video with News 4. The video starts about 35 seconds before the initial confrontation. The driver is Carolina Molina, a U.S. citizen who says she just witnessed these ICE agents arrest two men on the other side of the parking lot. She says she's angry with ICE, but she wasn't following them. She says she was in the parking lot for work, dropping business cards with immigration lawyers to offer counseling services. She says when she turned around and passed the ICE agents again, she shouted at them from her window.
You're a You're
The video shows her turning right as one of the agents stops and then returns to his vehicle. Moments later, she turns around, and this time, two SUVs approach, one in front and one from the rear.
Are you really?
Are you following this?
No, I'm not.
Are you following?
Tonight, Molina is sharing her story with News 4.
Honestly, I'm scared. I feel more fear now. Because this situation, I feel like it was uncalled for.
News 4 reached out to ICE for comment, and DHS responded to our request by asking for Molina's video. We directed them to what she's already posted online, and a spokesperson responded, telling News 4 in part, quote, an anti-ICE agitator began to drive her car in circles around our ICE officers and then attempted to harm officers by weaponizing her vehicle against them, all in an attempt to help illegal aliens get away. The video Molina shared with News 4 does not corroborate DHS's claim, but News 4 is not able to verify what happened prior to the start of the video, and DHS has not provided News 4 with any other evidence in support of its statement. Still, we asked Molina why she made the comments to the agent in the first place.
Regardless, even if I said something, I feel like that is my First Amendment right as an American citizen, and I don't think it calls for this type of excessive force.
The video shows the ICE agent who drew his weapon had his gun in his hand as soon as he stepped out of his vehicle.
Once I picked up my phone and started recording him, that's when the story switched and he started saying, oh, it seems like she's the one that almost ran you over. She's the one that almost ran us over.
The entire interaction depicted in this video, from the time the agent steps out of the car until he gets back into the car to leave, lasts about 50 seconds. Molina says after that, everyone left the parking lot. Reporting in Falls Church, Drew Wilder, News 4.
Now, Virginia Congressman Don Beyer said his office is in contact with Carolina. He said he'll be demanding answers and consequence from what he's calling a misconduct by ICE.
Chantilly is in the woods. It kind of used to be, but it's believe me, it is not any longer. Oh, you'll like it even better. I'm wound up moving out to right on the Fauquier County, Warren County line up in the mountains, Linden, Virginia. So that was a bit more wooded for sure. But yeah, ICE is still out there, folks. And I have to say, she got some cojones. Hey, you know what? What can I say? She looks like she's got a little neck popping action going on there. All right. Well, speaking of ICE, ICE plans to spend up to $20 million on electrical shock gloves for agents. And my response is, where can I get me a pair of those? Immigration and customs enforcement agents and officers may be equipped with gloves that deliver electrical shocks, which the manufacturer says are intended to de-escalate encounters with individuals. Well, I hope they're kind of like they can force project electrical current, kind of like an Iron Man thing. ICE is planning to spend between an estimated $10 and $20 million to purchase the devices known as the CTG5 glove, G.L.O.V.E, which stands for Generated Low Output Voltage Emitter. According to a notice published Monday by the Department of Homeland Security. The devices would be delivered by March 31, 2027, according to the contract previewed on DHS's portal for forecasting contract opportunities. It is unclear how many DHS tends to purchase, the cost per glove, and when officers would begin using them. The one thing I do know is that there will be no training on the usage of these gloves other than how to recharge them and that sort of thing. So I would love to have a pair though. I could think of a couple uses. So we're gonna do a little bit of time. What's up, Uniquely? CJ Brooks, why would they yell at them knowing they unalive people? I don't know. Emotion. You know those hot-blooded Latinas. They and now I'm joking about the hot-blooded Latina. It is absolutely a wonderment why she wouldn't just stay unobtrusive. They're going to be playing patty cake with him. Yeah, probably so, Clarence. All right. So how this Wisconsin Democratic primary truly interesting because for weeks folks had been crowing how the DSA candidate, the Democratic Socialist candidate, was 10 to 20 points ahead. The guy that actually eked out the win had dropped out of the race, and I'm still not clear what got him back into it. But he's interesting because I think he's a black guy from northern Wisconsin, and a black guy from Wisconsin who is respectable enough to win a Democratic primary and not be wearing a pink bonnet. Hey, I didn't know that existed in Wisconsin. So even at my age, folks, you live and you learn.
How Crowley eked out a win in the Wisconsin governor primary. This article is by Julie Bozeman and read by an automated voice. Miriam Shaleff, a physician in Madison, Wisconsin, had a hunch that the polls were off. 2 weekends ago, after researching the candidates in Wisconsin's Democratic primary for governor, she began canvassing for David Crowley, whose record as the Milwaukee County executive impressed her. At one house after another in her West Side neighborhood, people changed their minds on the spot about supporting other candidates after hearing Dr. Shaleff talk about Mr. Crowley's perceived electability and his work on housing and cutting carbon emissions. One woman gave Dr. Shaleff a warm hug, grabbed a Crowley sign, and plunked it in her yard. I was like, oh my gosh, I think there's clearly late enthusiasm for him, Dr. Shaleff said. I was amazed at how popular Crowley was at the doors. On Wednesday morning, Wisconsin Democrats woke up to an unexpected result, as Mr. Crowley, a moderate who had briefly dropped out of the race, narrowly beat Francesca Hong, a chef and Democratic socialist who had led in the polls for months. With 95% of the votes counted, Mr. Crowley edged out Ms. Hong by fewer than 4,000 votes to the relief of the Wisconsin Democratic establishment.
We're gonna, like I said, we're gonna linger on this for a little bit. I don't know enough about Wisconsin politics to actually render, that cogent an analysis. But there is someone who is, and his name would be Charlie Sykes, who we do listen to occasionally, the guy on the right. I think that people that are predicting, I think people that are predicting some sort of DSA. Uh, excuse me. Some sort of DSA insurgency on the, from a MAGA perch. They're just stoking a non-existent fire. But let's let Charlie Charlie Sykes talk about it. This is about 50 minutes long. Don't know that we're going to get through all of it, but I am interested in his take. He is literally Charlie Sykes is literally from Wisconsin. Wrote about Wisconsin for decades, wrote for the Bulwark. That's how I kind of discovered him, etc. So, he has basically become a never Trump conservative type, as is Matt Lewis for that matter. So let's hear a bit of this.
Wow, that race in Wisconsin did not turn out the way the so-called experts and polls thought. Charlie Sykes, dude, what do we make of this?
So I walked in to my wife's study this morning, and I said, honey, I'm feeling strange. I don't know what's going on. And she said, could it be hope? And I said, yes. It's been so long. No, I mean, this was, what word do you want to describe? Kind of a Hail Mary play. Stunning, shocking. It was surreal. David Crowley beats Francesca Hong after having dropped out of the race. And people need to understand how strange this is. That David Crowley was the Milwaukee County executive. He was polling in single digits. His campaign was going nowhere. July 8th, he drops out of the race, gets back in a couple weeks later, and becomes the great Normie Hope. And the Democratic governor, endorses him. And I think what happened was, quite frankly, Democrats went into full-on panic because they began to realize something you and I have been talking about. It's one thing to, be angry. It's another thing to throw a tantrum and break things and go with somebody who is, I guess the technical term is woo-woo, wants to abolish Thanksgiving. And they realize, oh my God, we are about to blow a winnable race. We are about to give up the governorship of Wisconsin. But again, big surprise, very, very close race. But the Democratic Socialist insurgency hit a wall in Wisconsin.
Yeah. And this could have been, very important for a variety of reasons, right? One, if Hong wins, it just buttresses and reinforces this case that the left, the crazy Democratic Socialists, that it's a national trend and they're running amok and they're taking over. And I think the Thanksgiving thing is especially potent. It's one thing to have some, esoteric ideas, but like that is a easily comprehensible, you don't have to demagogue it. Like she wanted to cancel Thanksgiving, like it speaks for itself. And then Charlie, as you know, the Republican Tom Tiffany, if he were to win, he's an elect.
Well, I honestly think the give up Thanksgiving is kind of a chef angle. A lot of chefs hate Thanksgiving. So, got to give her a little bit of grace on that. She could just, she could just hate Thanksgiving because, that's the one day chefs don't want to cook.
Election denier, and he would be in charge as governor in 2028 of at least overseeing the elections in a very close state. And
I am kidding.
Very bad repercussions as well.
Very, very bad. I mean, there were so many bad repercussions. I mean, first of all, everything was lined up for Democrats to do well in Wisconsin. They've been racking up a number of wins. Their voters were engaged. The conventional wisdom was there was a chance that they could have a trifecta. They could win the governorship and both houses of the legislature, which are now controlled by Republicans, as well as flipping a congressional seat. And then this on thing happened, and everybody's like, oh my goodness. Republicans were giddy. I was getting text messages. They couldn't believe what a gift this was for them. They thought it changed everything. Tom Tiffany was planning, I think, on spending something like $50 million, dropping negative ads on Hong. And it's such a target-rich environment, abolishing prisons, abolishing the police.
Now the Wisconsin Republicans are going to have to go with that tired old racist shit. Damn.
Canceling Thanksgiving. Now, I know people say, well, Charlie, that shouldn't matter because we should talk about the issues. Okay, like reality check here that video, and by the way, I would urge people to watch Francesca Hong's interview with Caitlin Collins, where Caitlin Collins gave her a chance to walk it back, and it didn't go well. And there are certain moments in politics that become pivotal moments. That was one of them.
Yeah.
And I think that, and again, this may be
like the witch in Delaware. Is it one of those moments? I didn't see. I want to see this video.
I mean, obviously the DSA hit the wall, but I think it's interesting to also note that Francesca Hong was just not a very good candidate, and that's one of the reasons why Bernie Sanders and AOC and others did not endorse her in this particular race. They distanced herself because I'm sorry to say this, but just between you and me, she was an absurdly bad candidate. I mean, she didn't present herself well. She was tone deaf, and that eating Thanksgiving thing was kind of the tip of the woo woo iceberg with her.
Yeah. Well, that's a big contrast with, like, say, Abdul El Sayed in Michigan, where he's got some baggage himself and some positions that are going to be very problematic. And, he's taken a seat that is a Democrat seat, and it's going to be competitive probably. But he's also, at the same time, he's a very smart operator in a way that I don't think she is.
He's a talented politician. I mean, he's what was the term that Joe Scarborough used? Something like, a skilled political, athlete. I mean, it's just, you just have that.
I think that's
ability,
Pat Buchanan originated that term,
Yeah.
I think.
I think, Pam Donnie has that, even though I disagree with them. But she did not. And once again, by the way, it was a reminder.
I think this is a good question here. Clarice wants to know how I feel about DSA. I tend to not like extremes. And I think at the extreme end of the DSA types, especially if you've ever actually heard Mamdani, I think it was before he was even a state senator. I don't like extremes. And I think DSA at its farther reaches can basically be MAGA-like. There is actually, I think, horseshoe theory is a thing. I think that populism in general tends to be not so much a left and right thing. It's an us versus them thing where, elites, you've heard this whole thing about, two wings of the same bird. It's really more an elite versus, I don't know, hoi polloi. I like the term hoi polloi. I know I should probably say proletariat or something. It doesn't, it tends to be more vertical than horizontal. I'm not a DSA fan in that. Even someone like Mamdani, I saw an interview he did years ago, where in the end, I think Marx is a very good critique of capitalism. I think I don't think you can be a good capitalist without reading Marx. Marx tended, in my opinion, understands capitalism better than most capitalists, self-professed capitalists. However, Marx, it's almost like CRT and anti-racism, where anti-racism is basically applied CRT. CRT is a great critique. It's great in the legal academy, but when you try and apply it, make laws based on it, it just fails in the wild. In my opinion, that's what communism is. Applied Marxism, trying to govern people along Marxist principles, it just doesn't work. As a, academic critique, it's great. Mamdani and people of that ilk, they are as wild-eyed as MAGA folks in that they believe in that scientific history stuff where, capitalism is a stage, late stage capitalism will inevitably lead to. History isn't that predictable. To get ultimately what a DSA style eventual communist would want, you would have to coerce people probably at the end of a gun. It's the same thing. It's just a left version of authoritarianism. I think that's what you wind up getting. So authoritarianism doesn't have to be left versus right. It is often us versus them. It tends to be minority rule. So it's a way too long answer to a simple question. In the end, I don't think, there's some things that DSA wants that I would definitely agree and vote for. But the total package, I want to do a la carte. I want to be able to pick off the cart, to form the meal. I don't want, the planned courses. Hopefully that makes sense, Clarice, without being too verbose. Ugh, I tend to be too wordy.
That all of these, the DSA claim that we're going to be, for the oppressed and the working class. David Crowley won because he did well with the working class, with African American voters, and with rural voters. She did well with college educated, college area, the college town. So he's got a bigger appeal now. Also, an underappreciated story. Well, everybody was talking about, this was the insurgency versus the establishment. David Crowley could be the first African American governor of the state of Wisconsin. I mean,
and only
that
the
is
fourth, the fourth in American history, which is pretty amazing.
Yeah, it is. And this is going to be a close race. This is going to be a competitive race because all races in Wisconsin are close. But we've gone from a campaign in which we would have spent the next 3 months talking about whether Hong was too extreme and too crazy for Wisconsin, to now being able to talk about whether or not Tom Tiffany, the MAGA toady, is the one who is the most extreme and the most crazy. So this was not the outcome they wanted. And I just make one point that I just finished doing a podcast with Matt Bennett from Third Way, which people will be able to see tomorrow, and we are talking about this. And I think the Hong campaign illustrates, what you need to do when you're presenting yourself to voters. There are 3 things that I think are absolutely crucial. Number 1, you have to convince people you're not crazy. Number 2, you have to convince them that you have shared values, that you understand them, that you are for them, that you understand their problems and would support them. That's number 2. And number 3 was related. You have to convince people that you respect them, that you don't despise them, you don't look down on them. If people think that you're not normal, that you are crazy, that you have values that seem esoteric and exotic, and that you despise them, you think that they're a bunch of toothless Cletuses, well, you're not going to persuade any of those voters. You're going to alienate them. And this ought to be, just pound it in before you get to the issues. Understand that if you actually believe that politics is about persuasion, and I understand there's some people who think, no, it's not, just get your people out. You have to make that human connection. And when you watch Francesca Hong, what you see is like people that, no, she does sound crazy.
Mm-hmm.
No, she has values that I don't understand. I am opposed to ICE, but I don't want to abolish prisons and police. I don't want open borders. I don't want to abandon Ukraine. I don't do those things. And there is that elitist sort of sneering at voters who have frankly, have abandoned the Democratic Party in the past. So hopefully they will learn their lesson.
Well, when it comes to those everyday Americans, Charlie, you're talking about, based on your criteria, I think Hong was 0 for 3.
Yes.
But I think Trump is 2 for 3. Am I wrong?
Yes.
He's crazy, but
Right.
I think to a lot of those working class Americans, he gets the other 2 checked. What do you think?
Well, one of the strangest things in American politics is that Donald Trump has, constantly tried to convince people that the other side is less reasonable than he is, which is crazy. Now, of course, that's not necessarily working for him anymore. I mean, I think this is, things do change. I know that you and I have been doing this for so long, we just sort of assume that, nothing matters. The fact that his poll numbers are cratering the way they are is an indication that maybe that is wearing thin. I do think that line, that they used against Harris, she is for they and them, I'm for you.
Yep.
That is eroded because right now people are going, well, you don't act like a guy who's for me. You're spending what is the Washington Post report this morning? $900 million fixing up the White House. You're, the one thing you've succeeded in doing as president is stuffing your pockets with cash. That's not for me.
That's why I think this leftist lurch that we're experiencing now, Charlie, I think it matters, and I do think it could hurt Democrats in 2028. I just don't buy that it's going to, and I think maybe in Michigan, right? We talked about that already. Like maybe that's a big deal if Democrats lose that Senate seat in Michigan. But generally speaking, I feel like 2026, it's pretty much baked in the cake now. It is. This is going to be a blue wave year, and it's all about Trump. In terms of the overreach, the DSA stuff, I think that's more of a 2028 story. But I have to tell you, Charlie,
I agree.
And we've talked about this before, where people that I know, associates who are progressives, how they're really not aware that like the trans issue is really problematic still. They haven't gotten the memo. But I have to tell you, because I know people now in the Republican operative world, they do not yet know what is going to happen to them in November. I swear to you, Charlie, I'm not making this up. And I remember back in 2006, believe it or not, I was working again a Republican political operative role, and I knew that the Republicans were about to be destroyed. But some of my colleagues, good, smart people who had poll results, were convinced Republicans were going to pull it out. They do. It's so funny how some of these people do not see what is clearly going to happen. But yeah, I think this 2026 is about Trump, and it's going to be. I think it's going to be a wave.
Well, that's like tough to hopium as well. There's also that gap which you're familiar with, what people say in public and what they say in private. I have to say that in Wisconsin, the gap between what Democrats would say publicly and what they would say privately. In public, they were like, well, we'll go with whoever is the winner. And, it's like, yeah, this may be problematic, but we think, in private, it's like, holy shit, what's happening? How did we mess this up? Real terror, real panic.
By the way, speaking of a critique of capitalism, I have to go back and find it, but I do kind of wonder about this labor theory of value. I'm sorry. What is it? Is it basically selling labor? I wonder. I think it's the labor theory of value. Why does that not sound right to me? Anyway, I wonder about that. Workers sell their labor. I one of these days, if I think about it, I'll follow up on it.
I sense that probably that's happening on the Republican side. In terms of
but what I'm saying is some of these people
what can change. Yeah, I know you think they're
really. And this isn't like the cameras go off and then they tell me, "Hey, I hate Trump." This is like the cameras go off and they're like, "Yeah, everybody thinks we're gonna lose. We're gonna totally win." Like they really believe it. They really believe it.
Well, if Hong would have won that primary, Wisconsin's political environment would be completely different.
That's fair.
I cannot every Democrat in Wisconsin would be asked, well, how do you think about Thanksgiving? What do you think about abolishing prisons? And if you're answering those questions, you're losing. And so,
Yeah,
I do think also, I mean, part of the problem.
I don't know though. I think that the capitalists basically determine the value of labor. Uh, I don't know that the labor that any particular worker sells. I don't know. I just something about it, and dude. I'm not an economist. I think you are in some weird way, shape, or form, Blacks. So I'll defer to you. It just never seemed quite right to me. Workers are not generally like hourly workers, and I'm thinking of back when I lived in a place called Front Royal, Virginia. I lived near it. In that general area, $10 an hour was actually pretty decent for unskilled labor. However, workers could go from say warehouse to warehouse, or light industrial to light industrial, but they weren't going to make much more than $10 an hour. They had flexibility, as in, hey, this place is just full of shit. I'm going to go right up the road and get a job. But they weren't going to get a pay raise by, hopping ship like that. How much control do you have when you don't control the value of your unskilled labor? And again, I'm not an economist, so really I'm not that equipped at a deeper than a skin, deep level.
The Republicans have right now is that we only have 3 months now to the general election, and I keep asking, well, what can change? What is the one thing that could change the direction? The Iran war.
Speaking of
Trump's passion.
Keynesian, I actually have an hour-long video on kind of like the life and times of John Maynard Keynes, which I'm not going to get to today, but there's another guy, Carl Poliani, who was kind of a rival to Friedrich Hayek. And I've got a biography of his that I just haven't gotten around to reading. He kind of fascinates me, at least the little I know about him. So, at some point we'll probably touch on economics, but I'm going to need somebody, like a Blacks or somebody who's better with economics. The last time I took an economics class, I was in Mrs. Smith's junior level economics in high school. Funny enough, I did insist that my son take AP economics, so he knew that there was something other than fucking computers you could do with math. But I don't think it took. He did well in the class. He just wasn't that impressed.
For tariffs, the overreach of ICE, none of those things. But I have to say, and I am a self-confessed alarmist on this subject. When Donald Trump is not ruling out the possibility of declaring a national emergency to interfere with the midterm elections, I think we need to take him seriously. Where do you come down on that?
Oh yeah, I think this is the only person in my lifetime who has tried to overturn, a free and fair election and disputed tried to stop the peaceful transfer of power. So he is very dangerous. I think that the lower his public, this is my personal opinion. Some people think the opposite. I think the lower his approval ratings are, and the bigger the Democratic victories are, the less likely it will be for him to try to pull off some hijinks and, more importantly, to get away with it. So I'm of that opinion that, drive him below what Sarah Longwell calls the Bush line. And That's really the key. You can't just the whole story of American politics in the last 26 years has been, there used to be like the Moon Party and the Sun Party, right? One political party for a time would dominate, and everyone sort of knew this is the Reagan era or this is the FDR New Deal era. We haven't had that since the 2011.
And I think we're done with this. I think we kind of get the gist. I was really only interested in their Wisconsin analysis, since Sykes is literally probably talking from Wisconsin. Well, I'm not a Soul fan, Blacks, but you got to respect the man. What was I going to say? This is, at the beginning of the show, I said that, what? I am thinking about maybe cutting a couple days out per week. Because I just need to read or, just something to kind of, I've been too knee deep in this YouTube silliness. And something that I watched today, the show shall be nameless, but it's someone that's well known in this particular sector of YouTube. I'm just past the wild assertions. And what kind of flashed back to me was this comment about green for Islamists and red for leftists. I'm so tired of people just fucking making wild assertions about stuff. And when you ask them for citation or say citation needed, they can't do it. And I understand a lot of people go, well, Stanley, you just read it in a book. It's not your idea. But when people say that, they literally don't understand what books are for. Okay, you never read a book on what let me tell you a story. Years ago, I took a military history class, and it was there's a technical term for when you write a long paper about, say, a Civil War battle. There are volumes of books on these individual, especially the famous Civil War battles, where you've got accounts of a single battle from both sides. You got you cannot write a military history paper on a battle and just write one side of the battle and ignore the whole other side of the battle. That's what books are for. You don't just read books that will necessarily agree with your take. You read the opposing side. I would say, hold on one sec, Blacks. I would say this show is kind of indicative of how, I enjoy, kind of the conflict. Almost no one in my audience day to day is a leftist. Probably not to the extent that I am, and I'm not even a leftist. I would rather, I read more conservative publications. Other than maybe newspapers, it's about a 50-50 mix. I read more conservative shit than I do left shit, because I already know how leftists think, because I'm one of them. It's much more interesting to hone ideas based on an opposing argument. And the funny thing is I tend to know a lot more about conservatism than the so-called conservatives. There are one or two blacks in SKC that I can actually follow their arguments, even if I don't agree with their conclusions, because they know how to lay out an argument. I guess what I'm saying is I heard a show today where all kinds of just dreck is thrown out there. In this case, it was about Islam. And I'm like, where are y'all getting this stuff from? Where's your source? Cite your source. If you're going to say this, be prepared to defend what you say. Anyway, Blacks, how you doing?
Wonderful, my friend. I just came up here briefly just to corroborate what you're saying. Absolutely. I'm tired of YouTube to death. It's full of idiots. People who claim to be learned but are not. And then, like you say, when you challenge them and then you say, well, this is the book I read, and then all of a sudden you are anathema. Oh, you read that in a book. I'm like, what the hell are you talking about? Like you just said, there is provenance. When you read a book, this isn't from Babylon to Timbuktu written by some obscure black
right.
You know, I read that book too, by the way, which was drivel. If I do say so myself, I have a copy and I reference it whenever I'm talking to pro blackity blacks. But that's you're for which you are not one. But I'm saying there's no critical thinking whatsoever in anything that they say. And then when you and so, for instance, with the 1619 project, I believe that's what it is. It's so funny, right? How this journalist tries to engage with the population and say that for that date 400 years ago was when slavery was enacted in what we know now as America. And then when they're asked questions, whether you agree with them or no, they have no response. You look at who they sourced, who they cited. Did you know that this idiot woman cited the man who is her greatest critique? The man who critiques her the greatest.
Who's that, Will Lentz?
What is this guy's name? He is an economist, historian and he wrote a couple books on Lincoln, and his name escapes me right now. But when
are you talking
what is his name?
Guelzo?
Not Guelzo, no. What is his name? Stanley. I can't remember his name at the moment, but the point is that he tried to engage with her and say, hey, look, these are the things you got wrong. You utilized a doctor of psychology. I'm not a psychologist. He wasn't a psychologist. He was a guy who he was excoriating her about. She utilized a doctor of my goodness, what is the study of human races?
Anthropology.
Anthropology. But was it anthropology? I don't know. My mind's everywhere because I'm doing something else. But the point that I'm making is that the person she cited had no knowledge on anything she was saying. And then
let me
let
me take her side right quick.
Yeah, sure.
If for some reason she didn't pull out her biggest gun, which is I know you know him. Damn it. His name, the dude from the University of Houston. I'll think of his name in just a minute.
Right.
He wrote a book called The Counter Revolution of 1776. He wrote Counter Revolution.
What else did he write? He wrote something.
Gerald Horne. Gerald Horne is his name.
Yes, Gerald Horne. Gerald Horne also wrote a book about slave economics, right? I believe. What was the name of that book? I can't, man. So he wrote the book.
Well, there've been a few. There's Edward Baptist, who wrote The Half Has Never Been Told. That's
who I'm thinking of. I'm thinking about Edward Baptist. The Half Has Never Been Told, who I don't like. That book.
Yeah, but I mean, his book is pretty detailed.
Yes, but he the formulas he uses, Stanley, are just like he just pulls them out of his ass. And when people try and critique him on it, he just of course goes with you're just racist. But they're like, no, I'm just saying, what formula are you using to say that these numbers make sense, especially in that time
Right.
and
But
age?
here,
Yeah.
here,
Yeah.
here's the crux of my argument.
Hey, go ahead. Yes, please.
Nobody's gonna mess with Gerald Horne. Gerald Horne happens to, have the kind of Ivy League degrees plus the Ivy League law degree. And a lot of his books reframe or refocus American history. I've never heard, say, somebody like a Willentz, Sean Willentz, who still teaches at Princeton, or maybe he's emeritus by now. He wrote a book called No Property in Man. And I've read the book, and I think he is totally fucking off about, the Constitution, for instance, being an anti-slavery document. And let me go a step farther. Frederick Douglass, who I've said in the past, if I didn't have my parents and I did have heroes, he would be one of them.
Oh,
I disagree with Frederick Douglass, and I think a lot on his part, calling the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution basically promissory notes. I even disagree with Martin Luther King.
Yeah, I don't
think
like
a lot of that was posturing.
Yes, it was.
There is no way
You're absolutely right.
that you could have a document that has like escape slave clauses and doesn't mention slavery deliberately. There's no way you can read Madison's notes and think that they were the only time they thought of black people and women for that matter when they during the Constitutional Convention is when they had to figure out how to compromise between Georgia and South Carolina in the North.
Right.
I think a lot of it, and that's the thing about history. You can have a Gerald Horne and a Sean Willentz, both like super respected historians, who just disagree on what the facts mean. I think that Nicole Hannah Jones,
I think she's a quack
more than she could chew.
Yes, she did.
I don't. Well, Gerald Horne probably should have stepped in a bit more, because I don't think a Sean Willentz would last a few rounds with Gerald Horne. He knows his shit as well as Sean Willentz does. There are a lot of people who disagree with Sean Willentz.
Yeah, there are. And with her, Nicole Hannah Jones, the point is, it isn't that she isn't intelligent. Of course, she's not stupid, but I believe she took on a stupid undertaking for trying to frame slavery in the way that she did. And then, because one poignant thing that this gentleman said whose name I cannot muster in my brain at the moment was, well, what about the Spaniards? What about the Indians? What about the French? What about the Ulsters? Who were living in territories at the time that she pontificates was a time of peak slavery for what wasn't even America yet. Was the Americas, but it wasn't even a union. It didn't even give a there wasn't even a spark of a union. Don't throw that in there. So that's the point. And it is, and it just behooves me to say that she did not do her due diligence when she wrote that. And so I point that out because she's an example of people who refuse to see the fruit for the trees, the ones you were just mentioning, who when you present them with a critique, they instead of jousting with you in some shape, form, or fashion. It doesn't have to be vitriolic, but it can, a verbal jousting where we're talking about the facts of the thing. They will just block you, ignore you, tell you that you're stupid, and then start telling you you're racist. I mean, like, come on, man, that's not a way to have discourse. Let's sit and talk about it. If we disagree, we disagree, but I don't hate you because we disagree. Let's talk about what's going on, why I find what you're saying to be wrong.
Right. No, and that's the other thing. And blacks,
don't put
I'm
this in
going
him.
to tell you right now,
Yeah.
and this is just kind of a Stanley impression.
Uh-huh.
I don't think YouTube is that ready for black men and black women, but I happen to be a black man.
Right.
I don't think YouTube, at least this particular sector, I don't think they like black men who are very confident of their opinion. Right or wrong, I rarely say, if I say something that is just my opinion, I will emphasize I have nothing to back me up. This is just my opinion.
Right.
Most times when I'm talking politics or history, I have a reason or something that I can fall back on and go, this is why I think that way.
Vis-a-vis a book.
Well, yeah. I don't do people who cite movies or YouTube videos or as sources.
And then when you tell them, what's your source, they'll put up a video of somebody reacting to a video. And you're like, what the hell? I'm like, how is this?
Right.
Is this scholarly? What are you talking? I'm like, where are the references? What did he sacrifice to get this information? You know what I mean? There has to be a sacrificial quotient. You have to have given time to unearth the information, not just reacting to a video of a video. I don't understand that at all, man. It kills me to death. And then you, Stanley, are then put into question about your knowledge of something because you said, well, here's the book. And they're like, what? I'm not going to read that.
You know what though, blacks? Yeah. You and I are similar in that I didn't like a Be Brave. I didn't just start reading when I was 30 something. Dude, my mother handed me every time I go home. My mother was so into books that my father put a recessed bookshelf into the wall in the den.
No.
To accommodate my mother's books. Dude, I was reading Du Bois at like 9.
Yes. Like the Philadelphia Negro for me.
This is a lifetime of it. It's a lifestyle.
But no, you just discovered books at 60. So
apparently.
And then when you try and engage people with information from luminaries, from books like my goodness, Propaganda or Road to Serfdom or any of these classics, things that they're broaching the topic, but they don't understand that they are broaching these topics. And you're saying, okay, well, here's a book on it. And they're like, oh, I don't trust what's in no book. White man wrote the book. And I'm like, are you serious?
Oh my God, dude, you look. Let's just cut to the chase. And I think kind of stump people when I admit, if you want to say the United States is a white man's country, how can I actually say it's not?
I don't disagree.
Probably shouldn't be. So if you are a Booker T. Washington kind of guy, how about know what the white man knows?
Thank you.
So you can play the game. That's assimilation.
Yes, which isn't bad. People hear words like assimilation. They hear service. They hear submissive, and all these words are associated with a negative connotation. But that's not the truth. Even if you're not a theologian, but you have studied the canonical texts in some shape, form, or fashion, you can extrapolate life lessons from these things, from these books, from these scrolls or papyruses. It's there for the taking. The information is there, and not civilizations. Oh, civilizations and generations of old understood that. They understood that information is information, and if it is something that you can utilize, you can call upon when you're in a bind, when you need to engage in deep thought. Why not utilize the information? That's all I'm saying. And it doesn't have to, I'm not talking about Satanism or anything like here, but I'm talking about just theories on mathematics, on economics, on classical literature, on things of that nature. Why not?
Look, the bottom line is, I kind of poo-poo on Frederick Douglass because I think he's more political, and he was astute at it. Calling the Constitution or the Declaration of Independence, promissory notes. However, Frederick Douglass was a master of the game.
He was. He surely was.
I mean, how do you marry a white woman in D.C. at the end of the 19th century? And yeah, I'm sure he caught a lot of shit for it, but he did it. What were they going to do?
Which wasn't as far-fetched as some may think.
Right.
Right.
Well, he didn't leave D.C. much. It wasn't like he was taking victory tours through the South.
Right. Right. And people, we live in a day and age where most people don't know what the Somerset decision was. They don't know the importance of the Somerset decision. And you're like, my God, man, I'm talking to, it's beyond ignorant. It's not just ignorance. Now it's stupidity, in my opinion, because you can, all right, to be ignorant, that's not a death sentence. You can avail yourself of the information. If I told you something about it and you didn't go and read about it, you didn't go study in some shape, form, or fashion, now I call you stupid. Now I call you a fool. You still want to engage in discourse about a thing, but you don't have any information on it. You won't find me, man. Anyway.
No, and this is the funny thing. Like I said, dude, I've been on a tear through people like Straussian, political philosophers, like Harvey Mansfield.
Yes.
I don't know that, I don't agree with everything, but you sit here and I've got Mansfield's latest book. I just haven't gotten around to it. But, I've been doing, kind of a tour through, the light end of political philosophy, both like Straussian type, which is kind of the basis of like the Claremont people, University of Chicago people. Then I'm doing the tour through, like philosophical liberalism.
Okay. Yes.
Just because, I haven't read, like the heavy, I'm going beyond for the liberalism part. I'm going beyond Locke, Kant and all that, because it's deeper than them.
Yes.
But anyway, all I'm saying is that, you know what? I'm doing it because I have time to do it.
And you want to do it.
Yeah, absolutely. How else are you going to do politics if you don't know this?
But we don't even take a cursory civics course anymore. That is seen as taboo in this day and age. No, they deliberately took it away from the people so that they won't know how their government runs. And it's obvious that people don't know how their government runs. They don't know any of the branches. They don't know what and how a president can move. They don't know what Congress is for. They don't know what the Supreme Court is for. They don't know any of the decisions made at the Supreme Court. They can't reference or call upon any of them. And I don't mean recent ones. I just mean old ones. They can't do
Let
any
me
of those
ask
things.
you a question, because we tend to be on
Yeah.
the opposite, sides of the aisle.
Uh-huh.
I think really what it is, I find problems with a DeSantis style patriotic education. I find problems with even CRT, because CRT has escaped the legal academy and
Yes, it
it got
has.
out into education. There's
Where it doesn't
philosophy of
belong.
race. There's a
Yeah.
lot of things. How about just go back and how about just go back to, I don't want to say reading, writing, and arithmetic, but
You
there's
should say
some
that because that's
things.
exactly where it should go. Yes.
Well, yeah, but I think you need to go into some things like Latin, because it was through Latin that I got exposed to a lot of
Yes. I heard you.
philosophy,
I
even
heard you
if
say
it was
hoi
just a
polloi.
brush with it. You know what I'm saying? I mean,
Yes,
you're
but I've
reading
heard you say hoi polloi.
Cicero, translating Cicero, and that stuff rubs off.
But that's the point. That's the point, Stanley. That was common fare, especially when you
Correct.
were growing up. But I'm saying it has been deliberately wiped from
Right.
from America's vernacular, as it were. No, leave that in there. Don't take that out. It's been wiped deliberately from America's vernacular. They want you to be a serf. That's why reading a book like Road to Serfdom was so important. It tells you the markers, what you should be looking out for, and of course,
Right.
there's nuance. But I'm saying, why not avail yourself? And then, but what you're saying is correct. You should have a cursory knowledge of Latin, of Greek. You should know how to read, write, and do arithmetic. I mean, just the basics. You don't need a ton of it. You just need a simple amount. That's it. Nobody's asking anyone to be rocket scientists, except for the school system, which wants us to learn all sorts of unnecessary mathematics that you don't
Right.
need. But I can't balance a checkbook. I can't, which doesn't exist anymore. I can't do my taxes without some sort of expert, which is asinine. And then I can't. I don't know what taking out the trash means. Quite literally.
Well, let me give you a real world example.
Yeah.
One of the things when you're in like a submariner or
No,
surface
I hate
ship,
that.
even air navigation,
Leave that alone.
Cartesian like coordinates to predict course, speed, and direction.
Uh-huh.
Dude, just simple geometry became like, I wouldn't say a matter of life and death, but it kind of could be.
Yeah.
Oh man, things that I never thought I was gonna use, say in geometry class in high school, wound up being shipboard life.
Yes. Yeah,
It's
because
like
you
it's like
needed
you
it.
kind of got to know this stuff. I never thought I would use it in real life.
Yeah, as a
So
navigator, you needed it. But
absolutely.
But what I'm saying is that what about the layman, the person who will never be a be a rocket scientist, be a power plant specialist? Like they have it's a job. It's a different job in different branches, but in the army they call it was like power plant, where you were dealing with nuclear energy, etc. And
Right. Yeah.
then but in the Navy, what was it, a nuclear engineer, etc. It wasn't that wasn't for the faint of heart. You needed to actually know something about those sorts of mathematics in order to be one of those engineers. Now they've kind of, well, not anymore, but during a certain era they had curtailed the entrance protocols and necessity to know this stuff, and just allowed anybody in. They just
Right.
allowed people into any of these fields, and you're just like, what the hell is going on? because they needed
Hey,
them.
let's welcome Manna tomorrow. How you doing, MOT?
Hey, what's going on, man? What's going on, panel?
Oh, nothing much. Just left and right getting along.
I mean, the right runs everything, man. I don't know. I don't see why everything's not working. I don't see why the jobs are not back. I don't see why the economy's down. I don't see why any of that. I mean, it's pretty
Well,
clear that nobody
we
should
were
be.
kind of talking, kind of the state of YouTube shows and content creators.
I mean,
I was
they promote
saying
ignorance, and
earlier,
that's where
I was
most of the people's at.
well,
So
it's not so much the ignorance as much as flaunting and being proud of the ignorance, and
There
basically
you go.
ignorance
yes,
taking a stand and planting a flag. And
And
I,
to your point,
yeah,
man of tomorrow, that I mean, we know why. We know why none of these things are working to your liking, because they didn't work to my liking when the left had complete control of the House and the Senate, and of course, Article 2 branch. None of it was working the way, because we have people
I
who
mean,
are
the economy
sycophants.
wasn't good.
Yeah, we have people who are sycophants and money grubbing losers who decided that their bottom line was greater and more politically expedient than the bottom line of those who voted for them, than their constituency. That's the way it is, man. I have no problem
I
with
disagree with that assessment.
with a human
By
with
the
a
way,
human. That's fine, but it's the truth, because neither of these
your truth.
people, neither of these, I don't believe in that. There is an absolute truth and an objective truth is what I should say, but no. The point that I'm making is that we can't point to a time during either of these administrations where everything was just hunky dory and peachy keen. I just defy anybody to do it.
That's not how that works.
Oh, okay. Well, tell me how it works.
How it works. You're a conservative, right? I
No,
take it. Conservative.
no, I'm just not a leftist.
Okay. Okay. So why don't you move to Mississippi?
I live in Texas
Why don't you move to Mississippi? Like you said.
because I live in Texas.
Okay. What part of Texas?
I live in a very conservative part of Texas because I don't like my
Oh, okay.
taxes to go to just, stupid places. That's why I don't live in Chicago anymore.
Oh, okay. That's fair enough. Well, at least you don't have those government services.
Is that how it works? Is that how it works?
No. I live in a different metro area. My city works just fine.
Okay, so I'm just trying to figure out. You said that's not how that works. I'm trying to figure out how it works.
Okay. Well, we're going to move to the most liberal and the most conservative area. We can pretty much see what does work and what doesn't work and why it don't work.
So how does it work? You told
Take
me
it to its most logical extreme. If you
Uh-huh.
move to Mississippi, that is conservatism. Take it to its most logical extreme. You move to New York or California, that is taken to its most logical extreme. There are certain societies that you can survive in just fine, and one that's not going to fund anything. So right now, what we have is a conservative House, a conservative Senate, a conservative Supreme Court, and a conservative judiciary. There should be a hallmark in history for anybody lying for conservative rule to always come back to this time period where they ran everything and they ran it all into the ground and nobody said anything about it. And
So
all
you
these
think that they
so-called
ran? So is that your opinion or is that fact? Show
That
me
is
where they
factual
ran it into the
information.
ground. Show me where they ran it into the ground. You made some assertions here, and I'd like you to
Okay.
quantify them.
Okay, so the actual economy right now. All right.
Okay.
When was the last time in July that you've seen negative 26,000 jobs created?
During Biden's administration, because they lied
not
about
true.
their numbers. It's very
That's
true.
not true.
And
That's
yes,
not
yeah,
true.
because
That's
when
not
they
true.
it was very true.
What month?
Because when they
What year?
when they went
What
and did
year?
because
What
when they
year?
in 2020, I'm sorry, in 2021, 2022,
Okay, so I'm going to
and
look up
2023.
the
But I'll
actual
tell you
numbers.
this: go to the
Sir,
BLS.
sir,
No, listen,
I'm
go
going
to the
to actually
BLS.
look up the numbers.
Go to the BLS. I'm telling you where to go. Go to the BLS. The point that I'm making here is that we found out very truthfully that they had lied about those numbers. They had padded those numbers. Next.
By how much?
Am I a Rolodex for you? Go look at it.
No. So I'm saying if your assertion is everybody cooked the books, there's a person who didn't want to report the books in the first place.
And that was
wasn't
Biden.
the Biden administration.
It was very much so the Biden administration. Yeah, it was.
It wasn't.
You're telling me it wasn't, but we found out that it was. The same way as people said that Fauci was on the up and up. But you're just, but right now you're just giving me. Right now you're giving me your opinion.
Why are we talking about Fauci?
The point that I'm making here is that you told me that it works a certain way.
So I'm asking you.
Okay. And now I need to go, and I told you to go to the BLS. Because we're talking about something very pointed here. Go now.
Okay, so I ask you, what month in July in the Biden
and I told you to go to the BLS
where negative 26,000.
And I told you, and then let me reiterate what I said since you just didn't listen. I said go to the BLS and see how they cook those numbers, please.
No. You're not going to use cook the numbers as a stopgap and not provide any factual information.
Again, you took it to something very pointed, man, of tomorrow. And then I gave you a very direct answer. You took it to a very go there.
That's not a direct answer.
Go there.
It's not.
No, I gave you a direct answer. It was my direct answer.
So that way,
I gave you my direct answer because what you tried to do was come up here.
Okay,
you engaged with me. I told Stanley already. Hold on. What? Okay, hold on. Stanley told you what we were talking about.
No.
And then you went to a pointed topic that we weren't prepared to have a conversation on. And then you say, "Oh, gotcha." No, it doesn't work that way. No, it doesn't. It doesn't work that way, man of tomorrow. It doesn't work that way, man of tomorrow.
You just said that everybody.
It doesn't. I told you. Yes, go look at the BLS. Go look at the BLS, man of tomorrow.
And I'm about to go to which month that compares with July with negative 26,000 jobs. Because that's a direct question that I asked you.
Sure, and I told you to go to the BLS, and that was my direct answer.
And I'm going to go here because when I asked you a direct question about things not working appropriately, I gave you a specific example, and then you tried to take away that by saying everybody cooks the books, therefore the numbers don't mean anything.
I didn't say everybody anything. I said Biden cooked the books, specifically.
That's not true.
Why isn't it true?
Bureau of Labor Statistics, jobs per month created under.
Are you Googling this or are you going to BLS?
No, I'm Googling it first and then I'm going to go to the.
All right, thank you. That proves the point.
No, it's going to give me a shorthand version. But somebody decided not to report the job numbers. Somebody decided not to report the job numbers. And it wasn't Joe Biden. Okay. Under.
So in the meantime, I wanted to talk just briefly. Apparently there was a school shooting here in Georgia. Fight in restroom leads to student shot at Georgia high school. In Warner Robins, which is a ways from here, but that's in that mid Georgia, close to Alabama area. Might even be near Benning. I can't remember. So I'll just kind of track that. And the reason it's kind of fresh in my mind is last week, I think it was last week, that guy, the parent of a school shooter in a place called Decula, Georgia, wound up getting, I think it was 15 years, while his son, of course, got like life and some stuff. The parent held accountable on this.
Yes, they should have been charging these parents a long time ago. Like after Sandy Hook,
yeah. Well, this guy actually basically got held responsible for the same crimes.
Yes, he
which
should.
is kind of different. But anyway, he's 15, I think the sentence was. So
Good
that's
for
why
him. Yeah.
school shootings in Georgia all of a sudden, mean more than they did. Because now I'm curious about how did the kid get the gun, etc.
And look, and we know that these minors can purchase guns. I am with locking up the parents in all cases. If your kid go out here, if your DNA goes out here and commits a horrific crime using a weapon that was not bought by him, just like the Columbine situation, they went after the people who purchased the guns for him, straw buyer or otherwise. They should go to jail the same way for having a gun unlocked that's actually led to these types of things. As part of being a responsible gun owner is actually make sure that your guns are locked up when they're not being used. And
Is
they
that a
should have been
law?
charging these people. No. They could charge the people in every single case, but I'm just saying, for me,
Yeah.
they should charge the parents or the person who bought the gun. We have to figure out how the person got the gun. Now, if the gun was obviously broken into a house and stolen, obviously you can't hold that person liable or responsible.
They'll
But
try.
like having a danger, oh yeah, no. I want them to go out of their way to charge the parents of the actual person
I agree with
the
that.
actual damage of that. I want that.
I agree with that
because look, those
wholeheartedly.
kids. Yes, I mean, because if you do it, there would be less of these shootings. It would be because people
I agree
would
with
know
that.
if I don't keep this thing locked up, and my son or daughter, goes off the deep end and go do something to a bunch of people, it should be without question that the parents are going to jail.
Yeah, they have to, but that requires them to use the law, but they refuse. They're too busy trying to win the PR the PR war instead of just locking people up the way that they should, from teen takeovers to errant shootings by their teens or someone who was living in their household who stole their weapon. There should be consequences in that regard for sure.
Just like the Zerniev kid from Boston Marathon bombing. Any person who helped that dude in any way, they all
Should be going down. Should be going down.
Every
Yeah.
single one of them went to prison.
Yeah.
I mean, like, this guy slept over here for 3, boom, prison.
Yeah, he
That's
went
where
to
you go.
yeah. They went to prison. They sure did. They sure did. They went to prison, and I was surprised they didn't put them under the prison and then deported them, even though they were American citizens. But I digress. I'm just being facetious. But I'm just saying, absolutely, you'll get no quarrels or qualms from me in that regard. These people need to be held accountable because it's getting palpable. These people are just taking for granted that they will always be let off the hook. Like, for instance, I don't know, it was an instance. What state was this? Some little half black, half white boy killed 2 other young men who were, I guess they were perpetrating a drug deal of some kind. They were stealing. I mean, they were trying to buy.
High schoolers? High schoolers?
No, they were like 18 and 20. They were adults. But I'm saying, he killed them both. He ran and he fled the scene, and then his father took him back to the scene to pick up his weapon.
Oh, no, man. You gotta go to jail, bro. No.
You gotta go to jail,
man.
But now they're trying to make it. They're trying to turn it into a one of those Carmelo Anthony situations where, because he some unnamed informant said that he told her that it was a drug deal going wrong. They tried to rob him, and he killed them both in self-defense. And he left because he knew that the police wouldn't believe him, all this other stuff. So now there's no witnesses to any of this. I don't know if there's any sort of flock camera footage or CCTV footage. So he just may get off.
No, I still want him to go to jail.
I agree. I think he should.
If you get I'm just saying, like, they don't credit you with self-defense during a situation like that.
Hey, listen, man of tomorrow. Hey, we've seen the impossible be possible, haven't we? We've seen it happen. We have unfortunately seen it be possible. And here we are in 2026, where a crime isn't a crime anymore. Now there's nuance or layers of gray or something, which is crazy. You know,
I mean,
you and I come from an era. Yeah.
I'm an ex-law enforcement guy, and I'm, ex-military, just like you. And
Uh-huh.
I don't want. I had to answer for things that happened under my watch that
Hey,
definitely wasn't my fault.
Tell him, man of tomorrow. Tell him what would happen if you lost your weapon. I just want you to tell him, because I've said it a
The
million times.
whole weapon? The whole weapon.
Tell him if you lost your weapon, what would happen? It don't matter how long it was gone. Go ahead. Just go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. Let's not go with a weapon. Let's go with something much smaller.
Yeah. Go ahead.
You turned in 119 rounds versus 100.
Oh, here we go. Go ahead.
They're going to turn that whole unit upside down until they find that one round. No one's going home until they find that one round. And you know how they find it.
Yeah, somebody had some
lights off.
Yeah.
They do the lights off, lights on thing.
Yes.
The whole animal thing. And of course, they got cameras all over the place. And all of a sudden, you don't see anybody anymore.
Yeah.
It was like, you know what? Thank you for your cooperation. Then, boom, somebody get NJP'd and you don't see them anymore.
That's right.
That's over
right.
one round.
Over
whole
one
weapon, a whole dude, they locked the whole base down.
Man, not even just the
They're
base,
searching
man.
every car. They're searching everything. Oh, they're gonna find that weapon.
Yeah, the whole AO is going under lockdown. But guess what happened?
Yes.
You remember that whole fraud, waste, and abuse memo that went out, sit rep that went out back in, I think it was like 2011, maybe it was 2010. And I was in, and they had brought out this whole thing saying, hey, you know, they even gave PowerPoint, death by PowerPoint courses on it, talking about fraud, waste, and abuse, and what could happen and what'll happen to you if you get caught doing it. And then what do we do when we leave Afghanistan in 2020? We give them $800 million worth of weapons, munitions, vehicles, things that some of us haven't even seen before are now in the hands of the Taliban, and we're like, and all I'm thinking I'm just recalling that course, man. I'm just recalling what would happen to me if I were to just leave my weapon in an unmanned area. Just what would happen to me. What the minimal thing that'll happen to me to the maximum thing that'll happen to me. And they left hundreds of thousands of these things in the hands of one of our greatest enemies. I was incensed when it happened because I didn't care who let it happen. I was upset because what was good for the goose wasn't good for the gander in that regard. I was pissed. I couldn't believe it, man.
I mean, but I knew when they was going to be picking up and leaving, no matter what the circumstance was. Like, there should have been a drawdown of removing that stuff a long time ago.
Or blowing it up or burning it. Remember when we would throw it in and burn it, man? Blowing it up, throwing it into the sea, something. We could have easily done that. Instead, they left it gift wrap, brand new stuff. I know it costs more to take it back. I know we leave stuff all the time. But I'm just saying, I'm saying the fact that the drawdown was non-existent. The fact that we just left it there, no provocation. I was just incensed, man, because I just remember the pain. The pain. I just got PTSD. My PTSD just flared up hearing you recount what would happen if we lost a round.
One bullet.
My God.
And look, like a lot of people saying that they own these high power. No, dude, them high power weapons are right off in the armory. Unless you're not telling nobody that you're storing it off base or something like that.
That's very true.
I mean, because I was an armorer, police.
Okay,
armorer,
yeah, me too.
Yeah, the one time
be the count.
I lost some rifles, I think it was. Somebody lost.
And you were an officer?
Well, let me tell you the circumstances. There was some paperwork. However, we were coming back from a shipboarding.
Okay.
And we were in the Red Sea, and we got hit by a fucking rogue wave.
Oh, okay. Well, that's different.
It was like,
Yeah.
you know, like I told the captain, you're lucky the fucking rip boat didn't
come off.
capsize.
Right. Yeah.
So it wasn't that big a deal. You know, but yeah, it was a rogue wave. That's, you know, that was an act of God, basically.
Yeah.
Now, I think I probably would have said, well, you know, why didn't you strap down the weapons? But the thing is it was, you know, we'd been in rough seas before. This was literally a rogue wave. It just came out of nowhere.
Wow.
So that's my one time and got away with it.
Yeah,
man.
I mean, that's kind of act of God.
Yeah.
But I mean, you know, you're still gonna be standing before people. A lot of people explaining.
No, it was
Regardless of how
you know,
simple it
I had to explain it to the CO.
Right.
But
Oh, of course you would.
yeah. But it wasn't like, dude, let me do the talking and shut the fuck
Yeah,
up.
go ahead. Yeah, right, exactly. Right, there you go. I can't tell you how many times I've done that with my troop. Shut up,
Right.
let me talk. I've had it done for me, man. There was a time I took my commander, and the area commander had this policy where you couldn't take the troop vehicle to McDonald's, right? I had my TC in the car, and we were driving, and we went to McDonald's. Somebody snitched on us because, of course, at this point in time, there were very few of those vehicles, and if you got caught doing something wrong, then you would get your vehicle taken away. Oh man, I got back to the AO, man. I got back to the command. Oh, the commander was hot. First sergeant was hot. The sergeant major was hot. I'm before him at parade rest. They digging. They're like, what the hell? But you know, I almost said my last name, but then right now, but then my TC came in and was like, no, first sergeant, that was my decision. I made that decision. This, that, and the other. Oh, you made that? So whatever. He was like, yeah, I made that decision, and that's why he went. It wasn't his fault. He said, oh, well, but he knows better. But he said, no, I'm the commander of that vehicle at the time, and he followed orders. I was like, oh, I shut my mouth, boy. I didn't say a word. I just allowed him to go with his narrative because they were gonna, boy, they were so hot, man, at the idea of losing that vehicle. Oh, man. Anyway.
Yeah, it's like my things that I want to do, like for the police, it would be extreme in all cases. Because for me, pulling your weapon out, use of force, dude, if you can't explain it to a Marine Force recon commander about how scared you were, then your story don't fucking hold up. Period.
Oh, there you go. There you go. There you go.
This whole I'm afraid for my life, so I had to commit a felony. Nah, dude.
Yeah. Yeah, you can't. You can't. No, you can't.
And the thing is, you know, like, and I would want to be under that same protection too, right?
Yeah, of
so
course.
It's not like I have it for some people and not others. I'm like, look, a functioning free society really does protect everybody.
It does. It truly does, man, because it's through the benevolence of the strong that the weak are able to move about the cabins without any issue. Or I should say the meek, if it wasn't for the benevolence of the meek. Because I have a very different idea of what meek means versus some other people who think meek means weak.
No.
Yeah, some people think.
And some people want to be meek, which means don't want to be held responsible for actions too.
There you go.
Skip what they have transcribed meek into.
Because you know when the way I see meek from the Greek, it's more akin to a lion who shuts its mouth and lets it's roaring to protect its its kin or its hunting to feed itself and its pride, etc. That's how meek should be defined. But so many people have translated it in such an inerrant way. That means you're weak. You can't do anything for yourself. And that's just the furthest thing from the truth.
4L irresponsible, not knowing
Yeah.
this is my first time. What that ain't what meek meant.
No, that's not what it means. And here we are living in 2026 where there are just so many people who refuse to take responsibility for their actions, especially politicians. People. Yeah, but
And look, there should have been publicly funded elections a long time ago. I don't know where we're going with thinking that allowing private corporations with unlimited money to actually fund corporations that we're going to get good outcomes because of it. I don't know how did even. I mean, I do know how it became a law, but it's just at the end of the day, it's just that you got to have a nomenclature for democracy. It isn't just showing up and not knowing shit. You still have responsibilities here.
Yes, you do.
You do.
And the fact that you can enrich yourself, have a 400 credit rating, coming in and have an 820 in 6 months and be worth $33 million. And I'm talking about on both sides. It's just an affront, man. It's a slap in the face of everybody who just gets up.
The whole insider trading thing is just like purposeful. Insider trading thing is just beyond criminal. That's why they don't leave.
How come we can't do that? You can't do that. I can't do that, right?
I mean, I can receive information about that, but I can't.
Yeah, but I'm saying, say you're up 10,000%, right? In any given moment, guess who's coming after you? The SEC is coming after you, and they're going to find you, and they're going to fine you, and they may throw you in jail. And you're just like, why? How can somebody beat the S&P 500 always? How could somebody be the greatest stock trader in an age, better than who we consider to be the greatest trader, who is Warren Buffett? How are you better than that? How do you?
It's called advanced information.
Yeah, exactly. That's my point. How do you get two $750,000 PPP loans and get them forgiven? But when I'm not saying these people weren't dubious for utilizing the money the way they did,
I got 2.5 million ones that I didn't have to pay back but I spent it on exactly what I was supposed to.
Exactly, but look, you see how you used it. But I'm saying, remember when they villainized any billionaires who got those PPP loans? Anybody who they considered a billionaire, even if they weren't, if you had a name for yourself, you were villainized if you got it, and you were expected to just relinquish your right to it and pay it back immediately. And remember that is so. Then you got Nancy Pelosi, or Nancy Scalosi, as I like to call her. Her husband got two $750,000 PPP loans, and they were forgiven.
What business did they own?
I don't know. From what I know, he's a trader. I don't freaking know. I don't know. But the point is, he still was able to get it without anybody knowing about it, and it was forgiven without any sort of issue. And you had other people who did the same, and they were beyond scrutinized for everything that they spent that money on. And I'm just like, my God, man.
How did they know that he got a PPP loan? Because that's something that you have to disclose, or that's how you get caught.
Hey, there you go. The information came out somehow, some way, and he got two of them. And I'm just saying, what is his net worth? 350 million? Or is that just his wife's? But the point is, it's just, rules for thee and not for me. That's all I'm saying.
Like, once I start seeing Teslas in Mississippi, I'm like, yeah, somebody about to go to jail, right?
Yeah, there you go.
Take that long.
Hey, let me ask you, what happened with that the Brett Favre debacle in Mississippi where he utilized
Nah,
that
man, they swept
money?
it under the rug. Nah, man, swept it under the rug, man.
Yeah, he should have went to jail too.
Dude, he
Okay,
would have went to jail if it was anybody else other than Brett Favre. He wouldn't have went to jail.
there you go. See, now you see, I have no allegiances to any of these people whatsoever. I don't even like
I mean,
them.
because Ted DiBiase did it before that. Did the
Yeah.
same thing that Brett Favre did, and he didn't go to jail.
The
These days,
wrestler?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ah, interesting.
The $1 million man, yes. literally did like $1 million in the same thing that Brett Favre did.
Stanley, they all do. It's ridiculous. It's a club we're not in, man. It's just I know we're not in the club, but we're just really not. We really just don't know how much we're just not in that club. It's insane the things they can get away with, man. And we will be. Oh my God, man. We
Under
might
the guise
just be
of government and public
hard and
policy,
feathered.
dude. There's a
Go
bunch
ahead.
of criminality in there that is just.
Well, that's part of why I don't think the left has the gumption yet. That's why you're seeing all this populist stuff. You know, like
Yeah.
I said, populism isn't necessarily left or right. It's really us versus them.
Very true.
And it's more vertical, punching up sort of thing.
Agreed.
While I have you two, I took it down. There was CJ Brooks brought up apparently on the Abraham Lincoln. That's the one carrier I know that's been, kind of run through the mill with this longer than normal deployment. The Abraham Lincoln, these carriers, dude, y'all don't know what these guys go through. But apparently, and I'm assuming this is from like from a flight deck or something. Sailors jumping into the water, which is like suicidal. You've ever been on a carrier?
About that story. I want to make sure that it's not training related. I just want to make sure that it's not some photographer taking a picture of something that they shouldn't, because I don't like the editorializing of that story.
Right.
Were they
Well, what I
doing
was
like some
going
sort
to
of
ask,
R&R?
I think
Yeah,
we've
that's
all had sailors and soldiers and airmen who just get into the Navy and they are just so miserable that there are ways like compassionate discharges. There are some ways
They'll let you out of the military like that. Hell no, I've never seen
yeah.
I've seen it. I've seen somebody get chapter 11. Man,
No. Yeah, that. But I'm just talking about. I don't want to be here. Let me go. Type. Nah.
In basic training, they'll do it. That's
There.
That's about it. Yeah.
Well, first off, CJ, sailors should be able to tread water for like an hour.
That's very true.
At least in a pool. So salt water is a little bit easier to swim in, believe it or not.
It is. You're more buoyant.
Jumping off of that into the water, man. I'm sorry.
Well, there's a.
But I mean, jumping from like
how many stories? That's
jumping from a weather deck, like a flight deck or something like that.
Oh
dude,
my God!
You better pray. You better pray you hit the water right.
That's what I was about to say. You might break your legs.
Exactly.
Now
you do get trained on, from like a quote 40-foot tower, but it's more than top of a flight deck is more than 40
feet. And when I was watching something, and they were doing like some sort of R&R exercise where they stop the carrier and they go to like that second deck where they load vehicles, and then they jump from there into the water, and they have lifeguards in the water on dinghies and on
right, yeah.
But I had never seen somebody jump off of a flight deck into the water. Oh my, that's crazy. That's crazy.
I mean, I've done base jumping before, and I wouldn't jump off no flight deck.
Hell,
Not
man,
no, no,
I've
no.
repelled. Yeah, I've repelled from heights, but I ain't never gonna jump off. No, not if the ship's not about to blow up. I'm not jumping from there. That's insane.
I'm gonna go down with the ship. You know, I'm gonna wait till that shit blow.
Exactly. Exactly. I don't even think I'm jumping. I'm like, all right, Lord, this is where you wanted me to die. All right.
Well, all I have to say is, and it's hard for me to kind of put myself in someone else's shoes. But dude, if you were doing like a 4-year enlistment, you just suck it up and ride it out.
Yes, you'll be just fine, man.
Yeah.
Dude, no money down on a home loan that you can ride that GI Bill until damn near. Well, I rolled mine into a master's. I mean,
I know I did.
Man,
I did.
Look,
I'll tell
I
you.
hated the job.
Yeah.
I hated the job, but at the end of the day, I went to a lot of cool places, seen a lot of cool things, changed my perspective on a lot of shit, and did exactly what the military was supposed to do. Level my ass up from Southern black bumpkin into an actual fucking citizen.
And there you go. And he's right. He's absolutely right.
Like,
it's a single.
I knew a guy who went to the Naval Academy, wound up hating it because after the academy, you've got like a 4-year firm commitment. So dude just hated life for like damn near 8 years.
Dang.
And even he wrote it out.
Yeah, wrote it out. You got to do what you got to do, man.
And you know what his
the job
favorite
sucked, but the places were so damn cool though.
Yeah, man.
You know what his
many
favorite saying was?
What was
if he would sign a yearbook or some going away picture, his signature phrase was "Look to the future."
I like that. I like that. Hey, man, how poetic. But I'll tell you, man. One of my closest friends, he called me the other day. He was being penned lieutenant colonel. And we both were in high school together. We both were in ROTC together. He ended up going to West Point. And I told him about 8 years ago, because he was a young captain. I told him, I said, man, he was calling me. He said, man, Blacks, I'm about to quit. I'm done. I'm about to get out of here. I said, no, you're not. I said, dude, you're going to be a general. I guarantee you. You're going to be a general. I'm like, you just have it.
Was he prior enlisted?
No, he was. He and I went to grew up
that's
together.
right. She said he went. Now I knew a guy who was prior enlisted who wound up going to the Naval Academy.
See, there you go. See,
yeah.
And now he's a lieutenant colonel. He is over all plate carrier acquisition for the Army.
Is he a quartermaster?
I don't know what he was. I don't. He may have reclassified. I know he came in as an infantry officer. Once he graduated from West Point, he went to RASP. He went to, of course, Ranger School. He went and jump school, all these different schools, and now he's working at the Pentagon. And I told him I know his boss, who I do. The undersecretary for acquisition for the DoD. But the point is, to your point, man, you never know where this military life is going to take you, man. And the things that you'll learn, the places you'll see, the lessons you will take from life. It's one of the greatest, man. And I poo-poo those who poo-poo us. Who say, "Oh, why would you join the Army? Why would you join the Navy? Why would you join the Air Force or Marines?"
I'm like, dude, I never jumped on a plane in my fucking life, and I joined the fucking Air Force. Like half the people in basic training was afraid to get on fucking planes.
There you go.
Like,
I'm telling you. Oh my God. Oh man, say it.
Well, I've talked about it with Stan Autry and MOT and some other folks. Dude, this is where knowing a little bit of history Talk about my father, dude. Especially during the Vietnam War era, right after Jim Crow, the South, military has made many a poor country boy from South Georgia into solid middle class. Hey, all their kids went to college, sort of people.
Agreed.
To have someone go, why would a black man join the
You must
military?
be out of your fucking mind.
You're out of your
Yeah,
mind.
it's like,
Dude, I left
dude.
graduation night. As soon as I got that diploma, I hopped right on the bus, straight to Jackson, Mississippi MEPS, straight off the fucking basic training. I was 17 years old.
There you
Fuck
go.
out of here. Stay in Mississippi for what reason? 3 people died from my small ass class. That fucking summer.
Yep.
No, hell no, dude. Look. In the time people were trying to figure out what that they were going to do, dude, I was already drawing.
You're already
paychecks.
rocking. You're already rocking. But again, it takes a certain sort of person to just go and do it, and there aren't very many. I used to think that people weren't as stupid as they are, but they are. People are dumb, and I used to give people too many benefits of the doubt. I was wrong for that. People are stupid, and they're sheep. You know, I would say lemmings, but we all know that that movie that Walt Disney produced, that they push those lemmings off the cliff. lemmings don't die like that at the end of their life cycle. But yeah, we are dealing with a whole lot of sheeple.
I enjoyed my time in. I don't take anything away from it. I think everything
Well,
that has happened in my life is good because of it. It's just no way I would take away how most of my brothers turned out who didn't go. I seen one of my brothers who didn't go in right after he graduated high school. He tried to do the community college thing and hold down the job, especially in that area. No way I was going to repeat that shit.
Right. Hey, I know this guy. Yeah, he is on trial for it. I remember this.
Yeah, I don't usually even do rap music type news, but apparently this expert on the Tupac Shakur murder mystery, now he's on trial for killing. I'm like, wow.
Yeah,
he was ahead.
Here's the thing. He's not guilty, but the actual rules of evidence have slid precipitously since then.
Yes.
Yeah. So it's not like he's guilty, but there's a lot of circumstantial shit and years of him self-snitching to where they can easily put this dude in prison.
Yes. Yes, and he's made hundreds of thousands, if not millions, on the story over his time.
That's what I'm saying, and it's like, dude, do you not understand that?
Wow.
Dude, they can just spin a story on
They
some
sure
straight up
can.
circumstantial stuff and get you life.
And get you life and on hearsay. On hearsay.
Yes.
And just turn it into, I mean, because they have all sorts of AI models now that they utilize. There's a man serving life in prison right now because a prosecutor, a black woman, put him in jail off of cases that didn't even exist. She wrote her prosecutorial
shit through AI.
Through AI, dude. And when
there's a lot of people getting caught doing that shit.
Yes. And when the appellate court justices questioned her, they just were like, they were flabbergasted, man. They couldn't believe it. So he should be getting, if he's not out, they're going to, retry the case. But I think that these are grounds to release him, even if he did it. This is insane. But again, people, the AI, I warn everybody, my brothers, everyone. AI just tells you what you want to hear because it's a language learning model. It just learns you and what you, and it will give you the information you want to hear. Whisper, it's the devil on your arm. That's it.
No, you still got to have a basis of research and stuff. I mean, but
Well, no,
that's
I'm
why
saying at
most
first.
AI isn't good because you have a bunch of stupid people asking a bunch of pointed, stupid fucking questions
Yes.
that poison actually AI itself. So
Chaotic Truth has Lenny on right now. US vet is whining and you're not. Yeah, whatever. Something Chaotic Truth is doing.
oh, okay.
And it involves Leonard. So that is definitely a must not watch. So we have made it all
Must
the
avoid
way.
TV. Must avoid TV.
Must avoid. Dude, you know what? Like I said earlier, I watched a show today, a well-known female who is a content creator, and I hadn't watched her in a while. And she knows why. I just her show is just not my cup of tea. I like her personally, but oof. So I had nothing better to do because I got up early, did a few things, and I laid down to take a nap before this show. Didn't fall asleep, but I did watch this show. And dude, it was so bad I couldn't put it down. It was like, dude, I just sat there for like 3 hours trolling in the audience. Oh, you're a quartermaster. Good for you, CJ. Yeah, that's a nice that's a sweet job if you can if you get into that E6, chief petty officer level. Didn't they combine quartermaster with another rate? When I was in the Navy, quartermaster was a standalone rate. But anyway, yeah. All the quartermasters who were above, say, E4, E5 were pretty much squared away.
Yeah,
So
they combined a lot of shit in the Air Force with the police shit too.
right. Yeah. Well, quartermasters are basically, navigators. The Army, they're more supply types.
Yeah, in the Air Force, they're pretty much a supply for munitions, and they do training for actual weapons. That's what the actual. Well, it's
Interesting.
not called quartermaster, but that's what it's called, or considered in the actual Air Force.
Huh.
Then they combine like law enforcement and security, which used to be two separate things. Because like protecting dignitaries and all that kind of stuff, and patrolling neighborhoods is different than protecting, doing convoys for nuclear weapons or transporting ICBM parts around with lots of weaponry, or protecting non-moving aircraft of high dollar value. There used to be 3 different career fields, and they combined that. So yeah, you never know
Yeah.
what you're gonna be doing.
Well, I know they did a lot of that in the Navy years ago, probably been doing it ever since, and I just lost track of who does what. So I'm going to go ahead and skip some news stories that, the Tupac Shakur thing actually kind of surprised me. But I don't keep up with that sort of thing. But apparently we have just apparently
shit, fuck that.
we have decided to go the MAGA route and basically pre-obituary Thomas Sowell. Last I checked, he's still alive. But we want.
What?
Yeah, I know, but this is the second. There's another one they did last week, the Hoover Institute. Another one they did last week with Coleman Hughes, Victor Davis Hanson, and Niall Ferguson.
These type of people are doing that?
Oh yeah. This one, the reason I'm showing this one is this is Peter Robinson talking to Justice Thomas about the Sowell legacy. So Gotta hear what Justice Thomas has to say about Thomas Sowell.
And start shaking my head pre-stream, so shaking my head. All right, man. Let him get it off.
No, you know what's coming.
Yeah, of course I can.
It's gonna be a lot of because he's 20 years older than Clarence Thomas. So this guy, when I call them soul brothers, I'm talking about Justice Thomas. I'm talking about people like Glenn Lowry, Glenn Lowry's compatriot, John McWhorter, Jason Riley at the Wall Street Journal. You can kind of say Shelby Steele is in that.
Yes, you can.
Yeah, but he's still younger than Soul. Soul
Really?
is the granddaddy.
How old is Shelby Steele?
I don't think he's in his 90s yet. He's probably in his 80s, maybe.
Okay. Gotta be late.
But
minimum.
yeah, the only equivalent in my mind to Thomas Sowell would be somebody like Walter Williams, who died a while ago, because they were more or less contemporaries, I think. But no, Soul brothers, they all, if there is a family tree, Thomas Sowell is the asexual progenitor of all these MAGA blacks and black conservatives. I watched Alan Keyes debate back from like 2004. Alan Keyes debate Barack Obama. Alan Keyes would be one of those soul brothers. Armstrong Williams. All these people venerate Thomas Sowell, and other than the economic stuff, I've never seen anything that impressed me that Thomas Sowell did. He's had his hand at history and anthropology and sociology.
But he created that lane for the rest of those dudes. That's why they do that. Like he created.
Oh yeah. Well, look,
I'm not gonna argue with anybody who can give me some legitimate pushback type lane, and he's been riding that for like ever. So
let me tell you something. If talk about someone who's never had a real job, like academia, compared to what Sowell has spent 50 years at the Hoover Institute doing, that was the last real job Sowell ever had. Sowell has not had a real job.
True welfare
recipient. Dude, are you kidding me? Dude, he talk about a pet Negro.
I'm telling you.
And Clarence Thomas is another
grew
one.
up in Harlem, dropped out of high school to join the Marine Corps during the Korean War, received an undergraduate degree from Harvard, a master's from Columbia, and your doctorate from the University of Chicago. All of which pales by comparison with the fact that you once tried out for the Brooklyn Dodgers. Again, I'm quoting you. I had remained a Marxist.
Again, now I've heard Sowell actually refer to it, but he started out at Howard. So I'm not going to really comment. If he had the chance to go to Harvard, I'd go to Harvard too. However, notice how the Howard time, the year at Harvard, less than a year at Harvard, Howard, I got brushed off.
Despite being at the University of Chicago, but now my experience in Washington began a process of changing my mind completely. Well, we already know it's not easy to change your mind. What did? What did it?
Oh, evidence.
Okay, so what would Tom Sowell do? One, you'd eliminate welfare, you'd reform welfare. What would you do?
Roll it back.
All right. And what about affirmative action?
Eliminate it.
Just gone.
Yeah.
Colorblind policy completely. All right. What prospect for that do you see?
None. Well, talking to experts does make a difference. Many of the great disasters of our time have been committed by experts. You may remember FDR's brain trust, which, according to later studies, prolonged the depression by several years. The whiz kids in the Pentagon under McNamara, who managed to mess up the Vietnam War.
Whiz
Let me
kids under
say
McNamara?
what?
What? Whiz kids under McNamara. That pro. No. His dumbass plan wanted to expand that war. Like there was no smart people who was doing that. There was military people who wanted to expand the war by doing something that was crazy. And it did. Well, I wouldn't say work, but they did get it off for a while. Till all those people start coming back in bags. Man.
Yeah, I was going to respond to this point here. Khan, most Black people haven't even heard of Thomas Sowell. If he's respected, it's mostly by right-wing Blacks, many of whom people like Arthur Fletcher. There's a plethora of Black Republicans that I would respect way more than Thomas Sowell because they actually got their hands dirty. Thomas Sowell really, honestly, if you've ever read, let me put it to you this way. If you've ever read the best book that I've read on Black Republicans, and really the only book, I should probably find another somewhere, The Loneliness of the Black Republican, I'd have to go back and double check, but I don't think Thomas Sowell even mentioned. And yeah, and this is a book about Black Republicans. Whatever I read, he did not stand out if he's mentioned at all. Most Black people haven't heard of Thomas Sowell, let alone read it. So I think I checked once to find out if any of his textbooks are still used. And I can't remember now whether it was yay or nay. Thomas Sowell has been a hothouse flower, and that's really all I can say. I don't know who he's respected by other than
Carefully tended. And there are Black Republicans, well, Black conservatives and MAGA Blacks and people like that. But you never hear like Claremont Institute people talk about Thomas Sowell. They fucking talk about, Hayek and, maybe Milton Friedman. For a disciple of Milton Friedman, he had very little impact in the world of economics. So all I can say He was there to
is
discuss race. He was there to discuss. Let's keep it real. He was there for a very specific reason.
and I mean, I grew up a reader. No one ever said, hey, you need to read Thomas Sowell. The only reason I know who Thomas Sowell is he used to appear on I literally know Thomas Sowell from interviews he did with William F. Buckley.
You can run through an impressive list of things, of disasters brought about by people with very high IQs.
All right. You lived a version of the American dream, from Jim Crow to Harlem to all these books. So I've read what Ta-Nehisi Coates makes of this country. What do you make of the United States? What's your summary statement on this country?
Well, like all other human societies, it was not perfect. But if you compare it not to the perfection or an ideal, but to the other countries, it's hard to find another one that can match it.
Quote, I'm using his term, quantitative easing, the so-called QE.
Honestly, if that's the best you can say.
Oh, well, it ain't perfect. Care to elaborate. We got to go to a commercial break. Back with us is Thomas Sowell.
Like the best you can say is it's comparatively better than everybody else. Okay.
2. The Fed will purchase. Tom, wipe that smile off your face. This is serious. This is serious.
Some of these more successful charter schools that you have these kids not only meeting but exceeding the national standards in places like Harlem and Bedford-Stuyvesant in the South Bronx. And these are not kids who are skimming the cream. They're kids chosen by lottery. They don't even test them for ability. They don't even look at their academic records. They take them into the schools and they have hard work and they make it clear at the outset, and they don't tolerate a lot of nonsensical behavior. And these kids are doing incredibly.
What advice would you give a young Thomas Sowell? How do you make something of yourself as an African American in America today?
The way anybody else would. You equip yourself with skills that people are willing to pay for.
I like that. I like that. All right, so yeah, I like
One of the things that you can do in the long run and be forced to do is simply print more money. And as they print more money, that is simply a hidden form of taxation.
Intellectuals in race, quote, the intelligentsia pay no price for being wrong.
I think that's the secret of their influence. If you look at Black husband-wife families, their poverty rate has been in single digits every year since 1994.
So it's not race, it's not ethnicity, it's whether you can manage to stay married.
That's right.
All right.
Hopelessness is one of the big products of the race industry. That you have no chance. The only way that the Constitution can protect us is if we protect the Constitution. If we rise up and revolt, if we vote out of office people who violate the Constitution, then of course it will mean something. If people can do this, say a few pretty words, and we say, oh well, then the Constitution will over time erode to the point where it will mean absolutely nothing. There'll be nice words on paper, but people with power will just do what they feel like.
You know, I love talking to you, but I really don't know why. It's all discouraging. Here's Justice Thomas's question. Thomas Sowell, were you ever tempted?
Man,
It's all doom and gloom for the Negroes.
If only they could just get a bitch and stay married, they'd be fine.
Negroes, if they don't get it together. Oh Lord.
Get yourself a bitch and stay married.
Oh Lord, I don't know what's going to happen to these Negroes if they don't straighten up and fly right.
Or change your opinion because of actual or anticipated hostile reactions? No.
I knew what the answer was.
You didn't think about it. 2 events in the life of the young Clarence Thomas. 1972, you were a student at Yale Law School, and you came across the Tom Sowell book, Black Education, and you threw it out. And you have said that you thought no Black man should be thinking that way. That's event number 1. Event number 2 is 1978. Tom is participating in a conference of some kind at the University of Washington Law School. You were a young lawyer at Monsanto. You came forward with a copy of Race and Economics to have Tom Sowell autograph. Between those 2 events, throwing out a book by Tom and having him autograph one of his books, what changed?
Well, I grew up. If you go wind the clock back in April of 1970, I was part of a riot in Harvard Square to free political prisoners. And in 72, I was at Yale Law School, which says all that you need to say about that. And I see this book by a Black man, and I immediately reject it reflexively. Then I go, well,
That was actually kind of a foreshadowing of things to come. You know, Clarence Thomas has been throwing out shit by black people.
A book automatically by black people. I just want to throw it away.
I'm like, what's changed?
Well, as I mentioned to you, when I graduated, I received a grand total of 1 job offer, and that was in Jefferson City, Missouri. So I had the beauty of Jefferson City, Missouri, is that you actually have.
Okay, I hate to tell Clarence Thomas this, but it wasn't because of affirmative action that you didn't get accepted to these white shoe law firms. It honestly wasn't. They probably told you that, but let's face it, you're not in that top end. If he looked like Julian Bond, one of them would have hired him. That's the actual truth, at least in my mind. You're familiar with Julian Bond, right? Yeah, if he had that, light complexion, wavy hair, kind
He would have
of,
been fine. He knew he would have been fine. And
well, I don't know that he would have been fine, but he would have gotten hired somewhere. I think that Clarence Thomas wants to blame something on affirmative action, and I'm not saying he doesn't have a good case, but there's an it factor that somehow or another, maybe Virginia has, told him, nah, that's not it.
Have time to think, which is in short supply, both the people taking the opportunity to think and having the time to think seem to not be something that happens as frequently as it should. But I had quite a bit of time and to calm down, and no one was pressing me to be an example of an angry black or an expert on black issues or anything like that. I was just doing initially criminal cases, then all the taxes for the state of Missouri. And I had a friend of mine who's a very dear friend came across an article in early 1975. And he said, Clarence, there's another black guy like you. His name is Thomas Sowell. And it was a review of his book, Race and Economics, in Wall Street Journal by Michael Novak, another wonderful man. And that was the beginning of it. And then I attempted to locate him. He was on the faculty, Thomas Sowell, on the faculty of UCLA at the time. And any of you who have tried to locate him or get a hold of him in those years knows that you may as well go after a white whale or something. It's impossible. And it would be, I heard it was providential.
He was shivering beneath his desk.
Hounding about Thomas Sowell, and by that time also Walter Williams, said that your friend is going to be at Washington University Law School. And there he was on a panel with Professor Ruth Bader Ginsburg in February of 1979. And of course, like any good groupie, I chased him down to get an autograph on my race and economics book. And I would meet him again. Of course, a few months later, I quit my job. I realized then I was not going to be in an in-house corporate environment. And the problem with that was that I didn't have an option number two, or an option or a plan B. I just simply quit because I didn't want to do it anymore. And I didn't want to get caught up with the golden handcuff problem. So anyway, I wind up in Washington, D.C., and lo and behold, he's making the rounds, and the Hill staffers are giving him grief without having read any of his material. I came to his defense, and he decided that he would take me under his wings. And that was 1980. And he called me up for that conference in San Francisco after Ronald Reagan was elected in December of 1980. And then we, of course, were beaten pretty severely after that. And we became friends, and we have been friends. Shortly after that, he came to Hoover.
Right.
And
let me make a point. Clarence Thomas basically, in my opinion, got run out of UCLA by Black students. This was back in like the late 60s, early 70s. Khan, I realize what an idol people like Thomas Sowell is. In a way, Glenn Lowry is kind of like Sowell, but Glenn Lowry's had a little bit more of a, how shall we say, a colorful life. And Glenn Lowry made the mistake of thinking that he, as a great man, had a little bit of leeway to express free will. He was shown the door at Manhattan, at the Manhattan Institute, because you know what? He thought, hey, I'm Glenn Lowry. I can have whomever I want on this show. And Manhattan said, yep, well, your contract's up or our agreement's up. We're not going to renew it. So long and thanks for all the service. Soul never had that kind of illusion. So he has been a faithful servant and rewarded handsomely for 50 plus years. And I don't hate Thomas Sowell. I'm just saying, in the Black community, and I dare say a Black community, you know, my particular part of the Black community read books. Thomas Sowell's name, the first time I ran across Thomas Sowell was literally because I like politics and I watched news shows, news and commentary like Firing Line. No one ever talked about Thomas Sowell in the Black community. He had 50 years to introduce himself into the Black community, especially if he had serious thoughts about how young Black people should be reared, trained, etc. Okay, he chose to stay in that ivory tower. The ivory tower that you will hear, especially MAGA, vilify. What do you think Hoover Institute is? It's there on the campus of Stanford and is a think tank. Bhattacharya, the guy who's head of the FDA, I think it is, he's straight out of Hoover Institute. I've known about, forget his first name, known about him for years, because I've seen Peter Robinson interview him years before COVID, as a matter of fact. He was trained as a neurosurgeon or something, neurologist, neurosurgeon, something like that. He's not an expert in public health, I don't think. Anyway, like I'm saying, Thomas Sowell hid out in his ivory tower for 50 years, and he is well respected, but not by me. He's respected, but not well respected. If I had to recommend an economics book, I'd probably go to a Glenn Lowry, and there are other great Black economists out there who actually did economics, not just basic, textbook type stuff. Glenn Lowry's one of them. If I had to talk about history, plethora of actual Black historians who are professional historians. They're just not, public intellectuals who tend to think they're good at everything. Jordan Peterson's a perfect example. Sorry, he's well respected by his paymasters, but by the rank and file, kid basically taking a AP African American Studies course, I would actually be surprised if Thomas Sowell's name comes up. Young people aren't learning about Thomas Sowell, at least to my knowledge.
We've been friends since, and so I've spent quite a bit of time walking around this campus, and I think he lived in faculty housing or something, and we were constantly in the tower and visiting over the years. So that's been 45 years or so.
Right. Justice Thomas, you're about an even generation younger than Tom.
Dude, I've known about Thomas Sowell since the late 70s. Again, through conservative commentators. Thomas Sowell on history is abominable. And, there are people like Candace Owens and Officer Tatum who will cite Thomas Sowell's take on slavery, which is everybody did it. You can't just blame the United States. The problem is American slavery was exceptional in that cotton built the first global enterprise, basically cloth, textiles. I think that was considered read Empire of Cotton. If it's not the first, one of the first global industries that basically made, the Industrial Revolution possible. And at one point, the American South produced more of the right type of cotton than anywhere on earth. The 1% in, the 19th century, from like 30 on, that empire of cotton centered around the American South, and blacks were the economic engine. American slavery, they bred slaves, hence the chattel slavery. It wasn't like other places in the world. Not everywhere in the world had slaves picking cotton, believe that or not. Asia didn't. Now, those workers, they were one step above slaves, but they weren't slaves.
But in all kinds of ways, you've lived parallel lives. You start in the South, you move up north. The South, for both of you, was the Jim Crow South. Tom spent his boyhood in North Carolina in a house with no running water. You grew up in Georgia. I'm going to quote your memoir, My Grandfather's Son. The house I was born in was a shanty with no bathroom and no electricity except for a single light in the living room. Water came from a nearby pump and we carried it through the woods in old lard buckets. And in both that house in Pinpoint and in your grandparents' house in Savannah, you were living in all black neighborhoods. Now let me quote one more sentence from My Grandfather's Son. Despite all this, quote, I learned in childhood everything I needed to negotiate the challenges and difficulties that lay ahead. How could that have been?
Well, I think it's something that Professor Sowell has been trying to stress, that a lot of the groundwork to being able to do difficult things, to achieve, are attitudes. And he talks about other groups. And that's what attracted me initially to race and economics, because if you go back and you look at race and economics, he talks about attitude of self-reliance, of self-discipline, et cetera, how important those were. Where did I first hear that? I heard it from my grandfather, the single greatest man I've ever known. My grandmother, a saintly woman, my nuns. Same thing, it's the exact same thing. It wasn't taking the measure of what you don't have. It wasn't to complain about that, but to develop the capacity to do things that you needed to do in order to rectify to improve your life or to rectify difficult circumstances or situations. And my grandfather, I remember him often saying, as a kid, you complained that you can't do this or can't do that. And his favorite saying was, "Old man Cant is dead. I helped bury him." And, old man Cant was buried many times in our house. On the other hand, you had the nuns that basically would constantly say that God gave you talents and you have these God-given talents and it's sinful for you not to use them.
Sister Mary
Virgilius.
Tell that story where you were skating by and she called you out on it.
Well, I wasn't skating by. That would be saying I made too much of an effort. Yeah, and I was not a dedicated 8th grader. And but when we had to take, it was an entrance exam to high school in 1962, and I scored very high on the entrance exam, and it was May of 1962, and I remember to this day exactly how she looked at me and what she said. She looked me in the eyes and she said, "You lazy thing, you." And I have yet to forget that. And she was right. And that was her way of saying, you're not using your God-given talents. But again, I go back to the point of attitude. Here we were in a rundown little school in segregated Savannah, Georgia. Everybody knew that, just like it's going to be humid in Savannah. This is the condition. Now, what do you do about it? And she was basically saying your attitude has to be much better than what you're displaying, your work ethic, et cetera. Now, that was consistent with what I heard at home. Even though my grandfather only had 9 months of education, the crown jewel was education. My grandmother went to the 6th grade. For her, the crown jewel. My cousin, just take for example, my cousin Hattie, who was illiterate and had no education. For her, she looked at us and said, you have a chance to progress far beyond us because you can get an education. So they would go in and pull out of their inner garments $1 or so and give it to you and say, boy, use this for your education. And so it was not just the dollar, it was the attitude about it. It's how important it was in instilling what would be required in order to in order to accomplish. I remember, just to show you that today we have this sort of attitude that people feel sorry for people. That's a wasted, when you're trying to achieve something, that's a wasted sort of sentiment. Someone's got to do something hard. In 1964, I had gone into the minor seminary, so I'd gone from all black to all white. And Father Coleman, the head of the school, said to me, there were only 9 in my graduating class, so I can always comfortably say I was in the top 10 of my class. But Father Coleman said that we are going to have Algebra 2 next year. And I said, Father, I have not had Algebra 1. And he's unsentimentally, he simply said, well, teach yourself Algebra 1 on the farm this summer. So that's how I learned Algebra 1. And when I went to the nuns, they explained this to them. They didn't feel all, warm and fuzzy about it. Well, learn it, teach yourself Algebra 1 on the farm this summer. So that's what I did. And to feel sorry, to say it's unfair and all that sort of thing would have been useless. I still would have to learn Algebra 1.
Up north, Tom moved with his family up to Harlem and got a good education in the public schools. But before becoming the Tom Sowell that we know, before going off to Howard and then Harvard and beginning this educational career, he had some hard times, very hard times. You moved up north, Holy Cross in Worcester, Mass, and then Yale Law School. And you encountered hard times in a surprising place, Yale itself. Again, my grandfather's son, quote. At Yale, I felt as though I'd been tricked, that some of the people who claimed to be helping me were in fact hurting me. At least Southerners were upfront about their bigotry. Not so the paternalistic big city whites who offered you a helping hand so long as you were careful to agree with them. Close quote. Paternalistic whites up north. What were they thinking?
I have no idea. I think what I learned in the South and just with people, and this is the reason I started really gravitating toward Professor Soul, and that was he was honest. He told the truth, even if it's a hard truth. Okay, go back to the head of my seminary. Clarence, you have to teach yourself Algebra 1 on the farm. That's hard. It's a hard truth. I've got to learn Algebra 1 because I'm going to have Algebra 2 next year. Professor Soul, he talks often about illusions. People give you nice illusions, like a magician or something, or they give you a nice theory, but reality is hard. Reality is right in front of you, so you can have a nice theory and it runs right into reality. I may have had an illusion or an image, or I had been sold a bill of goods, either way you want to, you'd like to put it, about what would await me up north when leaving the South. When you're in the South, there were some problems, obviously. You had, separate water fountains, you had poverty, you had bigotry, you had separate schools, all the things that you hear about. But what you didn't hear about was up north, the ethnic differences, the class differences, let's say the Brahmins versus the rest of us, the bigotry against the Eastern and Southern Europeans, the Italians, the Sicilians, the Hungarians, the Polish, whomever. It was very complicated. And also maybe there were people who didn't particularly like what the South was doing to blacks, but they weren't inviting to the blacks to be with them either. Right. Just like sort of like right after the Civil War, that yes, slavery is bad, but don't send them here. And it was an awakening. And I have to say, there was an article in one of the Catholic papers recently that I said talked about bigotry in the seminary. The seminary is one of the best places I had a chance to go. It was honest. You either knew physics or you didn't know physics. You either knew chemistry or you didn't. You either knew Latin or you didn't. We went to school 5.5 days a week, mandatory 2-hour study halls every night. There was no grade curve. You got what you got. If you scored a 9 on an exam, you got a 9. If you scored a 90, you got a 90. It wasn't graded in a way to make you feel good. And it was transparent because it was so small. So that honesty was one of the most important things. And also the willingness to allow me to learn. And I'd like to make another point about Professor Soul. And one of the great attractions, up from the time I met him to the last conversation I had with him a few days ago, he always says what he thinks, but he never tells you to say what he wants you to think. That is yours. And in all the years I've been with him, all the hours, all the time in his company, the drives to Yosemite, in his backyard, walking across this campus, he has never said, this is what you ought to think. That is my business, what I think. And he has never said something that was an obvious untruth or something that contradicted something that he said before. If he changed his mind, he changed his mind. So when I came from the South and I went north, I had school experiences with the nuns and in the seminary with people whose word I could trust. And suddenly, and at Holy Cross, I had that. And it wasn't so much the institute, it was probably more on the upper class at Yale that was troublesome. But anyway, that's long past, that's over 50 years ago. but he had similar experiences. And you look for people who are honest with you. And you develop a sense, a sixth sense. Remember, there's nobody in my family who graduated from high school. And here, no one who lived in New England. So I may as well have gone to Mars or something. I remember when I was admitted to Harvard Law School in my senior year of college. And I called my grandmother, wonderful, wonderful person, and told her that I had gotten accepted to Harvard Law School. And she said, "That's wonderful, but when are you going to stop going to school?" And so it's no one was aware of what it meant. And when I went to Yale, I had one family member who came to my graduation. It wasn't that big a deal.
Wow. So you and Tom, Jim Crow South, you run into different kinds of prejudices and biases in the North. By the way, and I'm also struck, we were speaking about this yesterday evening, and it just stayed with me all. It's what I found myself thinking about 2 a.m. when I happened to wake up.
I want to make one point clear. Clarence Thomas is not the only one the only Black who made it to an Ivy League grad school in his age cohort. There's Glenn Lowry, there's Cornel West, there are people like Adolph Reed. There's William F. Darity, who is a contemporary of Glenn Lowry at MIT. They were economics PhDs. There are a lot of what's his name? Skip Gates. Dude, there are a lot of Black people who were pioneers in that undergrad Ivy League elite Northeastern private school. Clarence Thomas, there are a lot of people who seem to have gone through that same process and come out less scathed than Clarence Thomas did. And no one ever talks about that. Clarence Thomas wound up being the weirdest that I can think of. Clarence Thomas has classmates, by the way, Black classmates, I think even at Yale. If you've ever watched a lot of, documentaries, which I've watched 1 or 2 about Clarence Thomas on this channel over the past couple years, Clarence Thomas just seems to have come out. Now, his circumstances they were tough. I would liken Clarence Thomas's grandfather to that top sergeant in A Soldier Story, the one that Adolf, whatever his name was, played. I would think that Clarence Thomas's grandfather was a lot like that. So, I'm not saying he didn't come up rough, but I am saying that he's not the only Black person to go through that Northeastern Ivy League stuff. He just seems to be the one that has been most affected by it. And it was grueling. I'm not taking anything away from him, but he somehow or another, it still affects him. And I suspect he still broods about it or brooded about it a lot longer than he probably should have. What's up, 12th man?
Hey, Stanley, great show today, my man. Hey,
glad you like it.
I don't know why you and Cons would find it amazing that even I know about Thomas Sowell. I mean, come on, man.
I'm sorry. I can't mask or pretend I'm not surprised.
But you were basically saying that mostly it's only MAGA blacks that know about Thomas Sowell. That's not true.
And they're like you. They just found out about him a few years ago. They didn't grow up with him.
No, I sure didn't, but I was glad to find him.
No doubt you were. How much have you gone back and read of him?
Mostly just quotes he posts on Facebook now.
Uh-huh.
That's about it.
Alrighty. So you haven't read his quote seminal works, but at least you've heard of it. And
Yeah, and I enjoy reading his quotes and
which
occasionally
book?
share them.
Gotcha. So Brian Nichols talking about or mocking the man, that doesn't mean I don't respect him. I respect comedians, but I laugh at their jokes. So
Correct.
where
And
you're getting this
you can respect someone you don't necessarily, like politically or whatever.
Thomas, so it's
You
not
can
just
still be their
politically.
friend, right?
It's not particularly politics that I have contempt for Thomas Sowell. I think he spent 50 years in an ivory tower, the same ivory tower that he criticized yet hid behind for decades.
And at least Clarence Thomas didn't hide in no ivory tower. He went straight to the top, man. Supreme Court can't ask to be more in the open than that.
Yeah, okay. The Supreme Court is one of the most cloistered branches of government. They're not elected. They don't get exposed to voters. Let's see. Palomino says, when it comes to whites and blacks, you blame whites. Yes, I blame whites. And not today's whites. I blame Palomino. You don't seem to be able to get it through your very narrow, hay-filled head that when I say whites, I mean whites from 1776 onward. I mean as a class of people, as in when people say it's a white man's country, they don't mean you and Be Brave and Of Air and Sea. Y'all aren't the whites they're talking about. Y'all are passengers on the bus, just like the black people. So when I think of white people running shit, Palomino, Be Brave, Of Air and Sea, y'all don't come to mind. So stop acting like you're part of that ruling class. Let's get that part out of the way.
I wouldn't even claim to be a part of that ruling class. That's
no, I don't think of you either.
Who do you think of when you think of the ruling class?
I think of people like a president or a founder or a framer, somebody of that ilk, a leader, basically.
You were raised by your grandfather, and your grandfather was raised by his grandmother, who had been born in slavery. So that's 2 lifetimes away from slavery, and we have the senior associate justice of the United States Supreme Court. It's just astonishing. So here's the question. Tom and you reject, you fight against white prejudice, but also against any notion of black victimhood. And that puts you in a small group, I think, as the whole country, not just African Americans, the whole country gets soft and embraces victimhood. This infects our politics. What is it that permits you and Tom to stand against all of that?
Oh, I think the people you may hear from have a different view, but I think there are far more people who were with us than you are led to know. I mean, a part of this, just go back to what Professor Sowell says. He talks about illusions. People create illusions. When you look at the numbers, I remember when I was in law school, the people, I would ask just simple question about school busing. Like, why should you bus your kid? Why? I didn't know a single black person in Georgia who wanted their kids bused all the way across town. I knew politicians saying it, leaders saying it, but I didn't know anybody think about it. Doesn't make any sense. You don't have a car. It's not your neighborhood. You don't know the teachers. You don't have a telephone. You can't participate in anything. And there may be some hostility. And no one has said it's going to improve your education. So why would you bus your kid? And I remember saying those things at Yale, and the bottom line was, well, you shouldn't believe that because you're black. Well, that doesn't really do much for me. But I think there are more people. If you look at the polls, I don't think it was ever more than 50. I think the black support for busing, I don't think ever topped much more than 50%. So what happened to the other 50% who didn't agree? It's the same thing with racial preferences. If you ask the leaders, they thought one thing. If you ask the people, they thought another. So my point is that I don't think it is as lonely out here as people think it is. There are so many people who just simply want to know the truth and be told that if they made an effort, that their circumstances would improve. I think you can. And don't you think it's ironic that the people, Walter Williams had the exact same outlook. Another friend of mine who grew up in the inner city of Philadelphia, Jay Parker, the exact same thing. Glenn Lowry is here. He's a friend. He grew up in Chicago. So why is it that the people who grew up in these circumstances have one set of views and the elites who want to tell us what we should?
Okay, that's some bullshit right there. Okay, Glenn Lowry isn't an elite. Half of Glenn Lowry's problems over his many decades have been self-generated problems, like baby daddies out of wedlock, first tenured black tenured economics professor at Harvard wound up having to resign in disgrace because he'd been whoring and drugging around fucking Boston. Dude, why don't you tell that part of the story? Okay, you, Clarence Thomas, Glenn Lowry, Thomas Sowell, act like you weren't elites. By the way, you act like blacks are the only ones who have come up under some dubious circumstances. Cut the fucking crap, Justice Thomas. You got cut a raw deal and you overcame, but I swear, people like Glenn Lowry, you'll never hear Glenn Lowry talking about this shit because he has shot himself in the foot so many times, and only his sheer brilliance has gotten him as far as he has come, which is a lot farther than a normal person. But imagine if he hadn't fucked up his career several different times. Who knows where he'd be? So cut the fucking crap.
Have another set of views. That's his point. And that's why you get his book, Conflict of Visions or Visions of the Anointed, etc. That's what he's trying to explain, this different worldview. But I'm willing to concede that other people could disagree. The problem is they fight for the universality of their point of view. And they attempt to displace you by denigrating you, defaming you, by slander, by harming another individual who disagrees. They don't take the argument on. They don't say, why do you disagree? Or they don't permit you, say, the luxury of having your own background that leads you to these conclusions. Rather, they say you have no right to have that point of view because, and that is the problem. You've never heard, as far as I'm concerned, Professor Sola says that someone ought to agree with him. He disagrees with them, but he never says what they ought to think. They have a right to be wrong. He'll tell you that. On the other hand, there seems to be this overwhelming pressure for us to agree with the prevailing notions, which I consider almost illusory in a sense.
Another couple of questions about Tom's influence on the early Clarence Thomas. This addresses Condi, who wonders why we titled this Water in the Desert. This is from my grandfather's son, that you that when you discovered race and economics, quote, I felt like a thirsty man gulping down a glass of cool water in the desert. Now explain that. That's more than an intellectual reaction. That's a kind of visceral, I've found something.
Well, I think visceral was the word I was also thinking. I get a little, I don't think that, we can talk in retrospect about these things. When you are 20 something years old and you have worked hard to achieve certain things and it all begins to look like it's coming apart and you're isolated in so many ways. And one of the weapons against you is ostracism. If you don't buy into these notions, you are ostracized. So you are put in a position of being alone and being on your own. And you have these views, you have these instincts, but you are getting inputs from the media, from the politicians, the people who have the megaphone, the people who have the loudest voices, that tells you you're wrong, that tells you you're bad, that there's something awful about you. So there's something that you think about. If everything you did, whether it's from a parent or a neighbor or the people you respect or you hear the most, is negative, you'd be disconcerted in some way. And you're 20 something years old. Your plans to get a job in tax, to move to Atlanta, to move to Georgia, they've all imploded. You have student loans, et cetera, and you're sitting in Jefferson City, Missouri. And Jefferson City was great for me, but that's not where you plan to go. You plan to go back home. You plan to be in a big firm or to be doing great things, and you're sitting in Jefferson City, Missouri. And you're questioning, am I right? Did I make a mistake? And you're not getting inputs that help you figure out what you think. You're getting yelled at, you're getting defamed, you're getting more of this negativity. And then you see this. You see, here's a man who's thought it through, and he has reached many of the conclusions through thinking that you've reached instinctively. And you finally, and that's why my friend said, there is another Black guy out there who thinks like you. And so, yes, I ran from my office down the street, down High Street in Jeff City, to his office and looked at that. And then I was on this pursuit. I mean, it was literally like a drink of water. And it was the beginning that it's okay. Here's someone who's thought it through. And it makes sense. What your instincts were have been now demonstrated in a logical, analytical way.
You're not alone.
And you're definitely not alone. And even if it's just one other person, that's enough. When you've been alone and fighting these battles for so long, one other person makes a crowd. And then you discover others, and there weren't that many. I mean, when I think back on those years in the Reagan administration, for example, you had Clarence Pendleton, who died of a heart attack, and the way they treated him was abhorrent. You had Walter, who was just Walter, Jay. There weren't a lot of people that stood with you. And a number of people, have been broken by the criticism, the negativity, the attacks. And then other people just simply couldn't handle it in a variety of ways.
Once again, my grandfather's son. This is you writing about what you've been discussing here. If a distinguished scholar like Thomas Sowell could be dismissed as not really black for daring to challenge the liberal orthodoxies on race, you're commenting here on what was happening to him at this time. What would happen to me if I dared to agree with him? I didn't know whether I would ever be brave enough to break ranks and speak my mind. And as I understand it, it was your friendship with Tom that helped make you make a firm decision that you would speak your mind.
No, he caused a lot of problems in my life. I hold him directly responsible. You know, what do you do when you have an example like my grandfather, like my nuns who stood up? What do you do? I mean, these you think of those women in segregated South, they just stood up. They didn't make a big deal of it, they did it. My grandfather, no education, raised by a freed slave, and he never complained. He did it. He was just a great man. Now what do you do? How do you complain when he had nothing, no education? What do you say to it? But he sets this example of how you live your life. Then you meet someone like a Tom Sowell, who literally never felt. He was on TV programs, he was interviewed, not flustered, didn't back down, didn't run for cover. And what am I supposed to do? And you bear up and you do it. And was I afraid? Absolutely. I'm a kid. I'm a young guy. I go to Washington. I don't know anybody.
Clarence Thomas knew the white man had his back, right, Bobby?
There. I'm not sophisticated, but he's a model. Here's how you do it. You just do it. It's the right thing to do, so you do it. If they can prove you wrong, fine. But if they call you names or say you're not black, I mean, how stupid is that? Look at me. Then they say things like, oh, black is a state of mind. So you see you're walking down a road and a Klansman comes up and he says, what's your state of mind? And, I mean, this is nonsense. You see people who actually just tell people, if you disagree with.
No, that's so much bullshit. Dude, I know Clarence Thomas has heard the term uppity Negro. Why are you eyeballing me? He was taught as a child, don't be looking white people in the eye. That's the state of mind. They don't call it a state of mind. It's how you carry yourself, which indicates the state of mind. Once again, people like Clarence Thomas don't talk a lot to black audiences because the people in the pews would be shaking their head going, Lord, today. Okay, fuck no, the Klan's not going to ask your state of mind. They're going to notice the way you carry yourself. Clarence Thomas is full of shit, just like people like Thomas Sowell. It's not real. It does not ring true, even to black people like me, who were relatively privileged in comparison growing up. But I grew up in Savannah, Georgia. I grew up in the very same Catholic parish that Clarence Thomas grew up in. I know people who knew Clarence Thomas. They never talked about Clarence Thomas even after he got on the Supreme Court. They never now, by the time Thomas got on the court, I guess it was in the Bush administration. By the time the Bush administration came on, I wasn't really going to church that much. I was in college and, beyond. But my parents went to the same parish for decades, up until my mother got sick, basically, which is just a few years ago. As far as I know, there's never been a Clarence Thomas Day at St. Benedict's Church. What the fuck are they talking about? Clarence Thomas at the Hoover Institute has a captive audience But I bet there aren't more than a handful of blacks in that audience. The Klan doesn't ask you about a state of mind. Chuckle, chuckle, chuckle. The fuck is he talking about?
Me. Tell me why. And how could you say, you just said that, look, your grandfather's raised by a freed slave. You were raised by him. And someone says you're not black. But actually, most people who say that were whites. That was the most ridiculous thing. You know, so I was at the University of Georgia once. And this white kid comes up to me. I don't know why people have this bad habit of apologizing to people they don't know. So he comes up to me and he says, I apologize for your bad education in Georgia. So, this guy, I said, what education are you talking about? He said, in Georgia. I said, well, look, I'm not going through all of it. And I'm not saying I had the best education, but in high school, I had 2 years of German, 2 years of French, 3 years of Latin, a year of physics, a year of chemistry. Then I had history and all the other things. I said, now, is that bad? He said, well, I didn't have all that. And I'm in the AP classes. I said, segregation is wrong. You don't have to denigrate the education in order to talk about a moral wrong. If I received the best education in the world and was segregated, it's still morally wrong. But again, to have the courage to stand up, first, I think you need a model. Much of my life, I model in the way I've had to stand up. I was not particularly courageous. Don't think that. Oh my goodness, no. But with examples of people like my grandparents, my nuns, Professor Soul, it leaves you no choice. They did it. You have to do it. And you know, it's one of the cultures that talk about bringing honor to their family, to their parents. I love those because the way that I think of things, when both my grandparents died suddenly in 1983, the decision I made was to live the rest of my life as a memorial to theirs. So,
from there, I'm pretty good at trying.
So, in a point I was going to make is that is the way I feel about Professor Soul.
All right. Watch this because I'm going to lighten the mood here. Back in the early 90s, I knew somebody who was clerking for you, and I hoped to meet you. I happened to be in Washington. You were out. But she took me.
I heard you were coming by.
Yeah. She took me, this is Laura Ingram.
Yeah.
She took me into your chambers, and I noticed on the bookshelf directly behind your big desk chair, there was a brass plaque. And I looked at what that brass plaque said, and I thought, my first thought was, oh, I can't wait to tell Tom Sowell about this. A couple of weeks later, I'm back here at the Hoover Institution having lunch with Tom, and I said, Tom, you are going to love this. I was just in Justice Thomas's chambers, and on the bookshelf behind his desk, he has a brass plaque, and that plaque says, do not emanate into the penumbra.
You were talking to the culprit.
Tom Sowell said, oh, I know, I gave that plaque to Clarence.
It's still there.
It's still there.
It's been like that. I think about him, and I do want to say something about him. I tried to capture him in words, and you'd say, oh, he's a friend. Well, he's more than a friend. You say he's a mentor. No, he's more than a mentor. You say he's a hero. No, he's more than a hero. You say that he is an intellectual giant. Well, he's more than that. And I tried to think of all the ways I knew them, and I can give you all the pieces, and the sum of the parts are much greater than are not as great as he is. I can't touch on the emotions. I can't touch on the phone calls. I actually was beaten up a lot. I don't know if you knew that. And I would get these calls from him. Oh, I'm afraid. I mean, just the most amazing calls. One of the things that happens in Washington is when you're under attack, the phone stops ringing. You hear only from your friends. And he is a person, but when he was healthy, I would hear from all the time. And I could always get through to him. Other people couldn't get him, but I could always get him. And I could always spend time with him. And he made himself available. And he always seemed very protective of me and compassionate. And I think the part that people don't talk enough about, much of his work comes from compassion. We lived in those neighborhoods. And when you say basically that the people there were all pathetic, that every Black teacher, every Black school, every Black institution had to be inferior. Okay, what are you saying about all those people who stood by us? What do you say about the people who gave you that extra $1? What do you say about the people who taught math in the evenings or weekends to little kids? What do you say about these nuns who taught for $20 a month? What do you say about them? What are you saying about the people who, in the worst situation, did an extraordinary job? And that's what he's saying. He's showing compassion.
Ron, let me give you a good example of one of my frustrations. Last night I was listening to Latino show, and as always, it's race hustling. Which people denies race hustling comes up. And one particular thing about welfare comes up. So, Black people on welfare, welfare is a problem because Black people this, that, or the other. And my point was that more white people are on welfare than Black people are. If cost is an issue, that sort of thing. So Jewel and all these other fucking morons who think they understand math keep going on about per capita. But Stanley, it's the per capita that's important. Not particularly. It depends on what you're identifying is the problem. The cost of welfare, white people are the problem because there are more of them on it. Yeah, but they're the majority population. Who gives a fuck? I don't care. More white people are on it. Now, if you're saying, hey, we're going to look at the ratio of, total number of people divided by the total population of a given race, yeah, it maybe affects, depending on what problem you're looking at. No, don't talk while I'm talking. Bottom line is a statistical method versus raw numbers. Just because you say per capita, so more people based on population, more people. Okay, if you interrupt me one more time, 12th man, just go ahead and report. Okay, I am not in the mood to be overtalked, even with the syllable, when I'm talking. Again, in my opinion, you associate welfare with the racial group based on the number of people who are getting the benefit or the safety net or whatever. That's as valid, but people like Jewel, well, no, a bigger percentage of the population. That's why, dude, it depends on what you think the problem is. Bottom line is you're not going to fucking sit here and tell me I don't understand why per capita is more important than, say, an actual number, because it's not. These people are innumerate as well as illiterate, and then they want to pretend that I don't understand what the fuck they're talking about. It is just disturbing for people who are uneducated as fuck to act like I've taken maths that fucking what's her name has never even done. Bottom line is, and my only point was that more white people are on welfare. That is a fact. Now you can justify or whatever you want, but the bottom line is if you add up the number of black people receiving welfare benefits compared to the number of white people receiving benefits, and then total out the costs, white people cost more to the welfare system than black people do. You can defend it, you can justify it, but you can't say I'm wrong. That's what these yahoos, these uneducated yahoos, think. And then they want to be all racist about it. Now, what do you have to say, 12th man?
Well, I totally agree with you, Stanley, that if people need to be fed, they need to be fed, and we need to feed them. But
that's not my point, man. My point, and it was something I said
about race
earlier. People like Jewel can't accept that a black man is way more educated than she will ever be. That I honestly believe that. I think B Brave's like that. I think Palomino's like that. I think you're like that.
Oh, you think I'm like that too? Okay.
I have known you for a while, 12th man. Look, human nature is human nature. However, I'm just not shy in telling you what I think. And I could be wrong. I'm not saying I'm right, but it's
I don't think we should be racializing food stamps.
But we do it. We racialize everything in a fundamentally racist culture. We can't help ourselves. It's what American culture does.
I don't like it.
As I have said, you literally have to work at not being racist if you were raised in American culture. Race pervades everything. Always has, and for the foreseeable future of my lifetime, always will. And it is what it is. But
that's why they gotta ask you on.
I think the best thing we could do as Americans is kind of like something that I highlighted last night reading. And actually the title of the show, which I didn't really talk too much about, accountability is needed for democratic transitions. Manisha Sinha is a historian who specializes in Reconstruction history, Reconstruction and post-Reconstruction history. And her contention is that pretty much we never had a process of accountability after the Civil War, and we just never recovered from it. And I would tend to agree with that. Confederates were forgiven. I talked about Alexander Stephens, who was a congressman from Georgia, wound up being vice president of the Confederacy. He wrote the Cornerstone speech, wound up back in Congress after the Civil War. He should have been fucking barred from ever serving. Even if he could vote, he should have never been barred. And there are all kinds of precedents like that. In the Trump administration, we basically didn't hold Trump accountable, impeached 2 times, never held accountable, got away with it. Oh, we don't do that for our leaders. I think one of America's fatal flaws is we're afraid of punishing our elites. No one has gone to jail other than Epstein. 2008 financial crisis. No one ever wound up in any deep hot water for that. Our elites get away with a lot, and we just don't hold them accountable.
Well, and same thing can be said for Bill Clinton. He was never.
Okay, who gives
He
a
was
fuck about
impeached,
any of
but
that?
never
Dude, I said
held
elites.
accountable.
I'm talking elites. Bill Clinton is included with the elites.
Okay,
So
thank you,
bottom
Stanley.
line.
Don't get your blood pressure up, my man.
Okay, well, maybe you should realize when I say elites, that's not a left-right thing. It is a class thing.
Fair enough.
Again, America has never held its elites. There are people above the law, and they pay their way. Even people like OJ could fit into that. Hey, he was never really held accountable because he could afford the type of lawyers, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. That's what the title of the show is about. And then the sack, again, is just a bag of dummies because we got a lot of them on YouTube. YouTubers aren't held accountable for some of their shitty, ill-founded, nutty notions. So anyway, enough of my travails. Supreme Court justices now, they didn't really have a code of ethics, but I forgot to, declare my $1 million trip. We're not gonna get too much in trouble, because he's a Supreme Court justice. We do not hold our elites accountable enough. There is no fear. If you are some high government federal official, everything from do you know who I am? Is some judge,
Right.
Talking to a cop, all the way up to Donald Trump getting a $400 million plane from a fucking foreign government, and people just go, oh, hey, he's the president. We let this stuff go, and it's the voters'
Didn't
fault.
Congress approve that, Stanley?
No, we let too much go as voters. We love our man if he's our man, and people like Mitch McConnell, for instance, fucking can barely hold his head up. I'm guessing, yet he has subverted whole presidents and gotten away with it. So that's what the show title is about. You're not going to have a decent democracy without holding the elected leaders to some form of standard. We don't do that as a country and really never have.
What is he saying to people who are in those circumstances now? There's a way out.
Can I ask you a question,
You already
Stanley?
said yes.
What's
and that's
that?
what my nuns would always say. Hopeless.
I didn't mean to interrupt the video, but they want all these tens of millions. I don't know. It might be 100 million or more for more security for the Supreme Court. Do you think that's necessary?
Yes.
Okay. Good. I kind of do too. They shouldn't be able to.
I think it would be more dire had the Supreme Court not, look, the Supreme Court dug its own problems pretty much starting in 2000 when they got involved in fucking politics. So, it is what it is. You can't have people taking pot shots at Supreme Court justices. We do, in my opinion, and I'm kind of an institutionalist sometimes, but I think that we have allowed the Supreme Court to get way out of whack with conservative activists now. We are reaping the whirlwind. Again, back to the title of the show, we don't hold our elected officials accountable enough.
Well,
We literally let Donald Trump fucking pardon a whole bunch of criminals who basically did an insurrection. We just fucking, dude, motherfucker almost got a $1.8 billion personal slush fund. So
I didn't agree with that.
We don't hold the Donald Trumps, and there are more where he came from. We don't hold these people accountable.
But there were people who were prosecuted that were not even on the Capitol. They just happened to be in DC that day.
What?
You don't think that the government is financially liable for putting people in handcuffs?
I think if they were convicted, duly convicted by a jury of their peers, the government has nothing to be liable for.
They just put them in handcuffs for no reason.
I don't think that's what happened.
That happened to the Hoopers.
To my knowledge, it literally didn't happen. If
I
it
can
happened,
send you the story.
Well, then send me the story. Barron will never make it. Barron, fuck whether you're wrong or not. Bottom line, it doesn't negate what I'm saying. We don't hold our elected officials accountable. Barron, I think Barron has more sense than to run for office. Maybe in 20 years, once his daddy has been forgotten.
Well, he's already got it made. Why would he want to run for office? I mean,
Trump had it made and he ran for office.
Well, that's true.
This was the greatest sin, because that you give up, then everything's gone. And what he said, this constant. I got to New England and I learned these concepts of enemy and alienation. Never heard any of that stuff. It says get up and go get your work done. But my point is that it's out of that. It's a sense that don't you have a feeling for the people who are there? What the other little Tom Sowell who's there, and he'll tell you this too. We knew kids who were a lot smarter than us. I never claimed to be the smartest kid in my neighborhood. There were lots of black kids in that neighborhood, a lot smarter than I am. I was telling them that the kids I knew who were the first National Merit Scholars I knew were both black, and I didn't make enough effort to be one of them. I can tell you that. I wanted to play basketball. And so you always have this humility of knowing, or this reality of knowing there were kids who were much more talented than we were. And if you go back and you look at his autobiography, he'll tell you about the kid who was in his neighborhood who was so smart, and I forget his name.
I think it was Eddie.
And he always talks about it, an example that he set, or the people at the library, or the black teacher, who wouldn't give up. So my point is that when the reality of your world, there are people you care about. There's something inside said you cannot just use statistics and numbers and politics to overwhelm them and to say that there is no reason for them to even try. I constantly heard, there was a young black kid I saw years ago. She said, "Did you ever feel like giving up?" And I told her 100 times a day. So, and when people constantly inundate you and cement you with this, you can't do it, it's not worth trying. And that's what I heard from contemporaries. The man ain't gonna let you do nothing. over and over. And that's what you're hearing from the elites and in the general press. The man ain't going to let you do nothing because of slavery, because of this, because of that. And Tom Sowell is trying to work through that as a compassionate person, saying there is a way out. The reality is it's a hard way. And my grandfather, I thought of something when he was talking about, reality being so hard. My grandfather would say to us glibly, life is rough, then you die. But I think what he was telling us was there is no easy way. It's going to be hard if you give up, and it's going to be hard if you try. Either way, it's going to be hard.
Tom pays a lot of attention to the court, as you know, and
he has too much time on his hands.
Too much time on his hands. So,
and he makes too many signs he sends to people.
Students for Fair Admissions versus Harvard. This is a case the court decided in 2023. Writing for the majority, Chief Justice John Roberts, universities have concluded wrongly that the touchstone of an individual's identity is not challenges bested, skills built, or lessons learned, but the color of their skin. Our constitutional history does not tolerate that choice, close quote. That was just 2 years ago. We had a civil war. We had the 14th Amendment. A century later, we had the civil rights movements. And then as late as Bakke in 1978 and Grutter was just 2003, we still have the court saying it is permissible to draw distinctions among Americans based on race. Why has it taken so long?
Oh, I don't know. I think it's just a human condition.
Okay, he forgot to add at least, maybe I need to go back and revisit it, but the service academies can still do it.
Just think about it. I think I look at it as, it may be that it took a long time, but it happened. I don't think this is a perfect country. I don't think the Constitution is perfect, but I do think it's perfectible. I do think that if we work at things and
yes, 12 man.
Stanley too, they still ask you your race and your gender and everything else on any application. Like, isn't that racist? Like, why should they ask you your race to begin with?
Well, it depends on why they're asking.
Well, it shouldn't matter to me, right?
Yeah, well,
why are you asking my race?
You aren't the decider of what matters.
Well, you didn't answer the question.
Okay, I need you, before I can answer the question, I need you to understand that what you think isn't much of a deciding factor in the larger scheme of things. I don't think it's racist. It just depends on why they're asking.
So it's not racist to ask you what your race is?
Literally, I said it depends on why they're asking for the information. Can you give me
an employment job, for welfare benefits?
It depends.
Social Security, anything. They all ask.
It depends on why they're asking. Do you know why they're asking?
I just told you.
Okay, because it's racist?
No, because
okay, then why are they asking?
Employment?
Okay, you seem to think that you make sense. Not sure why you're thinking this. I have no idea why they need to know this data, but I do know they keep track of statistics and census information, et cetera, et cetera. Maybe that's why they're asking. I don't know for sure. Maybe you do. But let me give you one instance, and I never really thought of it. This is some years ago. Wilfred Riley, I He happens to have been talking to a woman that I know, who happens to have like a textbook on race or something like that. And her thing was that racelessness, we should just do it cold turkey. Just stop asking about race, et cetera, et cetera. And, I never expected Wilfred Riley to say this, but he actually said that sometimes race can be useful, for instance, medical information. Some quote
Okay.
races are more prone to certain types of conditions. In the case of Black Americans, specific to the United States and maybe the West, but the United States in particular. And I was years ago. I was in my 50s, late 40s, 50s. And they're trying to figure out what exactly is wrong with me. And the lady, the doctor said, well, hey, let's test him for sickle cell. And I was thinking, and I might have even said this, dude, I've been through the Navy. You don't think they'd have discovered, a sickle cell trait? I didn't know sickle cell
Right.
could express itself. However, she was just ruling it out, because some of the symptoms, I guess, could be associated. If I'd been white, she probably wouldn't have even suggested it. As it
That's
turns as it turns out, if you step back and look at a global picture, it's really more peoples that are associated with, living near the equator because of, yellow fever and fly and mosquitoes and stuff. So sometimes that racial information, I don't think it was racist. Once I figured out why she asked, nah, it wasn't racist. It was a good call. So I don't know, but just assuming that it's racist because they ask you race on a welfare application, you'd have to prove why it's racist to me. I'm not going to just say, gee, that's racist.
Yeah, it is kind of racist, Stanley. Like, they ask
Yeah,
me
okay.
if
If
I'm
you say so,
white or Caucasian
you
or
and
Native
I are
American.
just going to disagree on that. Anything else?
Medical is one thing, welfare and employment is another.
You and I disagree on that. Okay.
We're honest and tell the truth. We'll move in the right directions, even if it's slowly. And you go in a room that it had become very fashionable to say that certain groups should be treated better than others because they'd been treated worse in the past. And we don't put people to the test. Say which groups? Who? What about the biracial kids? What about the kids who weren't here? What about the kids who came here in poverty? What about the kids who's from your preferred group who is actually from a very prosperous family? Who gets to make these choices? And anyway, how's that consistent with our constitutional norm? And that's a hard thing to do. If you think of how few people were willing to stand up and defend that norm, either before, even just think about Plessy. How many members of the court took the right position in Plessy? So why would you expect people to be different? Okay, and it is not easy to stand against howling winds. It is not easy and not a lot of people will stand with you when things are looking their worst. And so you get an individual here, an individual there. You can ask anyone, who stands up in education or anything else, that when the going gets tough, how many people show up to help?
Dude, this is so much fucking self-righteous tripe. why do they keep going back to Plessy? People think that Brown v. Board was incorrectly decided, and I bet Clarence Thomas is one of them.
Help them. And it's not a lot. I was at EEOC. Remember, I was in the eye of that storm for years. I was through my 30s at Department of Education and EEOC. The DC Circuit was a bit of a respite, but I was only there like a year and a half. So, but it's just, you know, I think it's a lonely journey. And I think that I would ask the people who know it's the right thing, but have done nothing.
You're known stare decisis, the doctrine that lower courts are always bound by precedent and that even the Supreme Court should think very, very carefully, long and hard before overturning a previous decision. And you're known as, even among originalists, especially skeptical of stare decisis. I interviewed Justice Alito a few months ago. This is Justice Alito, quote, Justice Thomas, of all the justices, is most willing to reconsider past precedents. If he thinks a past precedent is clearly wrong, he is more open to examining it than, let's say, even Justice Scalia was. Okay. Is that, you can just shut me down on this one because I'm not, is that partly because of this long history of the court getting things wrong again and again and again on race, that so much needs to be dug out and overturned? Is that one aspect of your skepticism towards stare decisis?
No, I think you can make a lot of mistakes by accepting false premises. And I do think that we have, over the years, accepted because of repetition or.
Dude, one of the biggest false premises is a colorblind constitution. What the fuck? Dude. So a colorblind constitution isn't a false premise?
Or I would say not even true traditions, but faux traditions, certain precedents. And I'm not willing to do that. If I were on a court of appeals, yes, I would do it. I might criticize it, but I would follow it. If I were in a district court, I would follow it. I'm duty bound to do that. But this is the end of the line. The Supreme Court is the end of the line. And at some point, we should, if something is obviously wrong, one of us should question it and not just simply be willing to just go along. So, for example, if someone said that this floor were brown and you said it was tan, and it had been decided that it was tan, and I might think, well, it's more brown than tan, but could be either one. That's a precedent that you accept because it could be either one. Both make sense, even though as an initial matter, I might have come out differently. Now, if someone had decided earlier that this floor was orange, and we look at it and we say, well, that's obviously not orange, what would you do?
If I were on the Supreme Court, yeah, I'd overturn that precedent.
Well, it's ridiculous.
Right, okay.
And I think that when something is obviously wrong, we should at least explain it and not just rotely. I think the people in the country, it's their constitution and they're owed more. Now, I want to bring it back to Professor Soule. One of the lessons I learned from him when he did interviews back in the 1980s was he refused to accept false premises. So if you go back and you look at those early interviews, people would assume, for example, that it's good, say, for example, that certain social policy, say welfare, a certain welfare policy was good. And he would never let them get beyond that initial point. he would challenge the premise. So then he wouldn't have to make these half-baked arguments, sort of distinguishing that policy from something else, because the premise itself was false. And so that became sort of even if I didn't have an argument against the particular premise, I would at least make people justify it. And that's all you're doing. Look, if this is going to affect our lives, tell me why. Tell me where it came from. Tell me why it's still good law. Tell me why we should continue to follow it if it's a false premise. And that's all you see from me. And I don't understand why that's so complicated. And so think of the alternative. You say that just out of habit, I should accept something that is obviously wrong, that this floor is orange. And yet I've heard people say that I don't like stare decisis. Most people don't even know what it is, including the people who use it. So what I did is I go back and I teach courses on these things and dig into them so I can get a fuller understanding. And what you realize is people are just saying it because they're trying to preserve a particular precedent that they like, not because they are actually wedded to the notion of stare decisis.
In that clip that was played just before we began speaking, you saw a video of young men listening to a video.
Yeah, I watched them on YouTube this morning.
And there are hundreds of those on YouTube. What makes Tom Sowell, a nonagenarian economist, a rock star?
YouTube. You know, how did he persuade a young man who had a few years before been in the middle of a riot, who voted for McGovern, and thought he was too conservative, who was angry, and yet a few years later, he sees Tom Sowell as basically water to a thirsty man in the desert. I think that you see that honesty, that consistency, and at some point, you are tired of being told what you are to believe. You become a slave. I think at some point, you felt like you had become a slave to other people's preconceived notions, and you wanted to think it through for yourself. And here's a man who gives you license and gives you a way. He didn't tell you you have to agree with him. There's not a word in there. He says, here's another way of looking at it. No, I don't think that. I don't agree with that. He didn't say anything about what you should think. But he gives you a way to go through this, to clear the fog away. And then in that context, you reach your own conclusions. But and notice that the beauty of those young men is they didn't have this reflexive negative reaction.
That's right.
They didn't have this barrier up. And that is, you asked me basically about being a descendant coming directly from slaves. We actually farmed on a part of that plantation. And we grew up, every summer we farmed on that plantation. But people would discount that because there's this overriding public view that you're not supposed to think this way, therefore you're not Black, therefore you're discredited, nothing you say matters. Tom Sowell, at this time, and with the availability of YouTube and other things for people, capacities for them to listen to him, they can now make up their own minds. So I received his book, Race and Economics, made all the difference in the world. They see him, in his own words, on YouTube. He isn't angry. He isn't calling them names. He's pointing out why this doesn't make sense. Yeah, it's a wonderful idea to say everybody should have equal this and equal that, but reality is different. And think about what he said when he was a Marxist, that Marx had this great theory that explained, the people in the big houses versus Harlem, and it explained it in a neat package, but reality, seeing what caused the problem in Puerto Rico with respect to the sugar production.
Right.
okay, with the effective minimum wage. So yeah, the idea is great, but the reality says something different. And I think those young men, they get a chance to see it for themselves. Will they all agree with him? Probably not. But will they all listen to him? And that is progress. We simply got no audience. There's no way. You know, I have never been to Stanford Law School.
Really?
No, never been. That's the reality. That's the world we're in. Because there's certain places that are just presumptively off limits. This is the way it works. And that's true. I mean, I've been to Yale Law School, but that's the way it works. And to say it isn't is to lie. Okay, so you don't get, and even if you do, it comes with all this antecedent or this attendant animosity and negativity in other words, to make it unpalatable. So this person we'll allow here, but this person's views are unpalatable. Whereas if you're agreed with, it's sweetened up and it's rose petals, and this is presumptively the right idea. And so what these kids are getting is all that stuff is not there. It's just on YouTube. It's available to everybody. And they get to make up their own mind. The 5 of them or whatever can sit together and decide whether they agree without all this negative trapping.
I'd be happy to carry on for another 2-3 hours. But couple of last questions. Who comes next? We see those young men listening to him so intently, and I can't help feeling that one of the reasons is the moral authority of his experience. They listen to Tom Sowell, and they're listening to somebody who grew up in Jim Crow South, who had to go to this drinking fountain and not that one. They listen to you, and they know somebody who saw it with his own eyes. But this is fading from lived memory. How do we, I guess it's a crude way to put it, but I'll put it this way: who comes next?
Well, you know, so when I went to the court, I sat with Justice Marshall. A 10-minute
Thurgood Marshall.
Yes, 10-minute courtesy visit ballooned into 2.5 hours. And during that, I said, I wish that had I been older, I would have had the courage to do what you did with you in the South. And he came forward in his wheelchair, across his desk, and he said, I had to do in my time what I had to do. You have to do in your time what you have to do. And I think that you're looking at those young men and those young kids who are writing essays. That's the future. Their experience is going to be different. It's going to be hip hop. It's going to be the inner city. It's going to be all these social policies. But it's going to have its own relevance as we recede into history. And the lives that we have lived become more historical events than reality. The fact that those young people are thinking is the crucial step. His success is that he got them thinking on their own. And now he can consider that a victory. We could not get that. I threw Black education myths and tragedies out. And what did I say? No Black man has a right to think that way. Okay, 5 years later, less than 5 years later, I see his book as a blessing. Those young men, there might be some today who think this particular idea is not a good idea, but then they see another one. But the thing that I heard that impressed me was they said, you know, I didn't think of that.
Right.
Or that's interesting.
Right.
And I thought, they were in the video about President Obama, I thought what he said was good. But then, you know, I thought with Professor well, maybe it isn't that good. I have to think about it. That's all. The victory is the fact that they have to think and they are willing to do it. And I think that will continue.
Justice Thomas, Tom and I got into a kind of little tradition where I would end an interview with him by having him read a passage from one of his books. And I wonder if you would conclude our conversation this morning by reading some of your concurrence
Oh,
in
goodness.
fair students for fair admissions versus Harvard.
That's a lot of reading. I mean, why'd you give him those?
Dude, I read Clarence Thomas's supporting conclusion in Students for Fair Act. I found putting Thomas Sowell, quoting Sowell, in a legal concurrence, I genuinely found it revolting. A non-historian, a non-sociologist, I found it revolting. And I'm not kidding.
Short, pithy things. And this is right. Next thing you would get me to read the Iliad or something. Let's see. I'll try to read it. The great failure of this country was slavery and its progeny. And the tragic failure of this court was its misinterpretation of the Reconstruction Amendments. We should not repeat this mistake merely because we think, as our predecessors thought, that the present arrangements are superior to the Constitution. The court's opinion sees the university's admissions policies for what they are: rudderless, race-based preferences designed to ensure a particular racial mix in their entering classes. These policies are plainly and boldly unconstitutional. While I'm painfully aware of the social and economic ravages which have befallen my race and all who suffer discrimination, I hold out enduring hope that this country will live up to its principles so clearly enunciated in the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution of the United States, that all men are created equal, are equal citizens, and must be treated equally before the law.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Talk about a false premise. Dude, they weren't thinking of Black people in that Declaration of Independence. And the suggestion that they were, yeah, hold them at the words, but stop acting like something changed. We just actually read it more verbatim now. Same words. The Declaration of Independence hasn't changed. Our interpretation of it has. And this bullshit about colorblind, I still can't get over that one. Blacks have in America had succeeded in spite of the Declaration of Independence, in my opinion. So that's just my take on it. Hot take, maybe. So that's going to conclude my mocking of the Declaration of Independence. It's important. Nobody's going to doubt that, but I think we should take these things in context. And by the way, I'm still on the fence whether slavery was the biggest insult to Black America. I think it was freeing then re-enslaving by another means that was the biggest insult. I think Republicans who allowed Jim Crow to take root, I think they are as culpable as, any Klan Democrat. You will have all these people like Officer Tatum and goddamn, I don't know how many Black folk on YouTube talking about, the Democrats, yes, the Klan, that's a party of the Klan. Well, who the fuck do you think allowed the Klan to run rampant? It was the Republicans, because they wanted the presidency. So again, little bit of history. We'll put that Klan Democrat theory in check. So tomorrow's Thursday. I'll probably be back tomorrow. If not, it'll be Friday. A lot of it depends on how much YouTube I listen to tonight. Maybe I'll just not listen to it because it's just had me over. I don't know what to call it. Just like disappointed, I guess. So anyway, good. It was good to see you, Nagon. Don't be a stranger. The rest of you folks, if you're hearing this on a replay, please make sure you hit the like button. Also, if you are new to the show, please like, share, and subscribe. Y'all also look at these shorts. I put out one or two almost every day. So look for the shorts. Occasionally I get comments and stuff like that, but they're good stuff. They are mostly auto clip, but every now and again I'll actually go in and do some manual editing. Try and avoid it when possible, though. So, folks, I enjoyed it. I will see everybody probably tomorrow, but definitely Monday. I got one more of these Thomas Sowell things. Maybe we'll watch it tomorrow, unless something better comes along. See everyone tomorrow.